conversation with a very everybody. My name is Jaguar Wright, but most of you know that. Everybody, my name is Jaguar Wright, but most of you. Everybody, my name is Jaguar Wright, but most of you know that. Welcome to the Jaguar Wright Show. But more importantly, welcome to a really, really, really important conversation with a very amazing young woman that I'm enjoying getting to know. And even in the controversy of everything that's happening and going on regarding the case and regarding what's happening to her very real life in marriage, we wanted to take the time to make sure that everybody had all of the facts. There's been a lot of things that have been misled, misconstrued. And I decided, why not just open up the platform so you guys can hear it from Demoree herself, because that's the most important thing. So often in these times, our voices are cut off, we're silenced, false voices are speaking louder than real ones. And everybody knows we stick to the real around here. So, hey, Demoree, welcome. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing well considering everything that has happened. Thank you for having me here today.
Well, thank you for reaching out. I consider it a big honor. Ever since I won Defender of Freedom, it's not just something that was given to me that I cherish. It's something that I want to use to do, God's work and really help people. So I want to thank you because you're going to be like the first interview that I'm doing since then. So this is a big deal. And there's so many people on the platform that I already know are going to jump behind your story and support it. So let's just get started with a little background on you, if that's okay.
Of course.
My first question for you, can you tell us a bit about your upbringing, your relationship with your mother, who happens to be the CEO of Roc Nation, Desiree Perez? How was your relationship with her before then and now?
Yeah. So I was born in New York as a little baby, 9 months. My grandfather had to take over to raise me because my mother was incarcerated and dealing with the criminal justice system for the crimes that she committed in the early 90s. Moved to Miami, Florida with my grandfather, who raised me with his partner, his long-term partner, in Miami, Florida. Went to school in private and public school. Only spoke Spanish, learned how to speak English at like 7 years old as an American. Yeah, because he only spoke Spanish. So I had to learn in the school system and all that. Raised very humble, right? In humble beginnings with my grandfather. And my mom would, visit when she can, but at the time she was incarcerated and dealing with all that stuff. And then at the same time, I think it wasn't until the age of 13 or 14 that I actually lived in the same home as her, when she was able to kind of get a home, get out, have, some type of stability. And even then she would travel back and forth. So my foundation and really where I was raised is my grandfather, and I'm grateful to him.
You sound like you have a really wonderful relationship with him, and I want to get into that a little bit more later. But also, how long has the relationship with your mom been strained at this point?
I haven't seen my mom since December 25th, 2023. That's the last time that I saw her physically. The last time I spoke to her was December 30th, 2023. when she said that I was dead to her. So that was the last time that I spoke to her.
She said you were dead to her?
Yes.
Well, why?
That was due to my husband Javon's first arrest that happened on December 30th, 2023. My mother and I, our relationship has always been strained in the sense that since I was raised by my grandfather and his long-term partner, who she disliked for different reasons that I don't need to address here.
Family business.
Right, family business, right? I don't want to drag other people's business on here to respect my grandfather's history. But, you know, she had tension with my grandfather's partner who raised me, who I actually called mommy in Spanish. So as you can imagine, that rubbed her the wrong way. But again, this is somebody that at 9 months, right, was feeding me, taking care of me, taking me to school with my grandfather.
First steps,
exactly.
losing the teeth. Yeah.
So I developed that bond and that love for her and obviously for my grandfather. And so at 13, you know, being forced to, okay, now I have my life together, come move with me. That's when the strain really started as a child and the trauma, because all I knew was my grandfather, which I call abuelo, and that's all I wanted to do is be with him. So that's kind of where the strain with her and I started, right? Because she forced me to move with her when she got her life together and with my siblings, obviously. And then it was just, that was the real beginning, but then it was just like.
So there was tension, but there wasn't like escalation, just tension.
It was just tension, debates, arguments. I'm very different than my siblings in the sense that.
How many siblings do you have?
Yes. So we're 5 from her. We all have different, we're 5. We all have different fathers. I have a 6th sister who's my stepfather's daughter. So we're 6 in total because I don't count her as like not my sister.
Yes.
So I would say we're 6 in total. And I would say I'm different in the sense since I was raised by my grandfather and he's a very independent, free thinker, doesn't conform, can't be controlled type of personality. That was the problem, because going from that for 13 years to then being under the same roof as somebody who's a Virgo, who's a narcissist, who feeds off control, as you can imagine, as a teenage young lady in high school, dealing with the trauma of my childhood, now coming into this environment, the personality differences, the rebuttals and things like that. So there was tension, there was arguments, there was problems, but it wasn't at the level that it is right now.
And just to be clear, I know you said that your siblings, you all have different paternal links, but were you ever involved with your paternal father and his family in any way?
No. So unfortunately, I call him my sperm donor, because in all reality, my grandfather raised me, and then my stepdad, who I have, my maiden name is Perez because of him, stepped in that sense. So I never really had a relationship with him. He unfortunately has a history of selling drugs, being involved with the cartel in Puerto Rico, was in and out of prison since the age of 8 from Puerto Rico. And as you can imagine, when he got with my mother, that wasn't a good mix, right? 2 people on the streets from New York, getting involved in wrong things. They weren't in the position mentally, emotionally to raise a child, which is me.
Yeah.
So I'm grateful that my grandfather stepped in, because my biological father was very much involved in the whole cartel business and all that, and is currently serving a life sentence as we speak. So I do not have a relationship with him. He attempted when I was a young child, but then just disappeared. And sometimes would try to touch base here and there. But not the effort that you would expect from a grown man. So I just left it at that, since I didn't really feel I didn't have the emptiness that most people feel.
Well, God gave you what you needed.
Yeah, my grandfather really, he stepped up to the plate. So that's the history with my biological dad. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, outside of your maternal family and now your in-laws, it's been a very quarantined family environment for you for most of your life.
Yeah, I grew up with a lot of trauma because my biological dad, my parents went through the, oh, she's my daughter. No, she's my daughter. And, this is public record. He tried to file for custody and take me away from my grandfather. That was traumatic for me.
So this is just, your whole childhood was wrapped around chaos.
Yes, I grew up in unfortunately, with a lot of minorities, right? Hispanics and the Black community. Unfortunately, that tends to be a repeated cycle, right?
Yeah.
Young parents, having kids too young, growing up in the wrong environment, and it's a repeated cycle. So I went through a lot of trauma growing up. I went through a lot of toxicity, right?
And conflict. Emotionally, physically, spiritually, conflict.
Yes.
And one last thing, just for reference, are you the youngest or the oldest?
I'm the youngest girl. The youngest is the boy. I'm the youngest girl.
So you're the baby girl. Okay. So then there was another child that came after you.
Yes.
Okay.
My little brother.
Okay. So, and how's your relationship with your siblings now?
I don't have a relationship, unfortunately, now with my siblings. I think that my mom has poisoned them against me in the sense that I never wanted to involve them in the issues that her and I were going through. Mm-hmm. She involved them. And I know when we get to the rest of the interview and we go through timelines, I'll be able to emphasize the part where she involved them. Right. But I did my best to try not to involve them because I'm the type of person that if you're my sister, my relationship with you has nothing to do with my relationship with my mother. That should be two different independent things. That's how I think. Unfortunately, that's not how everyone thinks, right? And so in my situation with my siblings, and I love them and I understand, I'm not mad at them about this. Obviously, I miss them. I wish that they could communicate with me. I wish that they could hear my story and understand. And that's part of the reason I wanted to speak up too, because I think they have only been presented one side of the story, which is my mother's. They've only been presented with fake stuff, and they haven't really had the opportunity to really hear my voice. I know that they tried a few months ago, but when I was dealing with the beginning of this case, I was afraid. I didn't know who I could trust, who I could talk to. So I just, I didn't really respond. And I waited for the NB6 news to come out for them to see a little snippet of the Baker Act video, for them to get an idea, okay, that's not right what happened to her. And I thought that they would reach out, but they didn't. And I understand, because at the end of the day, that's their mother, right? And, they might not think like I do, in the sense that it's two independent relationships.
There's one other thing there that I think we had spoken about when we were just, having our prep conversation. You said most of your siblings work for your mom.
Yes. So that's what I was going to get to. So there's also the compromise, right? Or the conflict of interest. I don't know how to word that.
That's double compounded. Go against mom, lose your job. Go against mom, lose your job. That's a lot.
Go against mom, lose sensibility, security, lose all you ever knew. So I can't blame them. They're all smart, beautiful human beings, but I can't blame them because
they're being held hostage by this situation as well.
Yeah. And I can't blame them, right? Because you're dealing with somebody, a narcissist, who's controlling the narrative. She's had enough time to control it where they almost believe it. So all I could hope is that they come across this interview, they reach out. I'm at the stage of my life where I prioritize my peace over anything. So I'm not reaching out because It's out there. I have strangers reaching out to me, showing compassion and feeling bad just off of the Baker Act video. I'm not asking you to go against my mother, but hey, sis, I'm sorry that happened to you. I know you're not a drug addict, because they know that. Something along those lines, right? Because if a stranger can do it, why couldn't you? So I'm at the point in my life that I prioritize my peace. And if they don't want the relationship, they don't want the conversation, that's fine. If they do, I welcome it with loving arms, because at the end of the day, they're my siblings.
You want to know what's interesting, though, about everything that you said? If I were to put myself in their shoes to see what's happening to your life because you disagreed with your mother, that speaks volumes. Because what I've learned is when you have a gaslighting effort and campaign on your life, what people are watching is, hey, I don't want that to happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go through that. I'm going to stay out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's something that I'm going to ask everyone on the platform to keep in prayer for you, because you really shouldn't have to lose your life just because you disagree with someone. You shouldn't have to walk away from that. So speaking of family, what do you honestly believe is the root cause for your mother's slander campaign on your husband?
If I had to give a short summary, it would be a mixture of power, control, narcissism, classism, racism. I think that me dating Javon is a symbol of going against all that she believes, all that she thinks, right? All that she taught me in the sense, that's how she sees it.
But can you explain that a little more? Like, what was it about Javon that was so out there? You know what I mean? That she couldn't, just mesh with it. I mean, I'm talking to you and I'm getting to know you. And the one thing that I hear in your voice when you speak about your husband, it's just support, love, care, honor. So what was it about him that would create this kind of reaction?
Yeah. So Javon's a very independent, free thinker. And now in society, that's a threat to others, unfortunately, right? So the minute I met Javon at 14 years old in high school, freshman year, we started dating. So my mother has been around him. We're 30 years old now. She has been around him for that amount of time. She's seen him grow up. She's been around, his family has been around. I think since the very beginning, when we first met, it was, racism in the sense like, why are you dating him? Oh, he grew up where? Because he originally was born in Liberty City, Florida, which is known here as a bad neighborhood in Florida.
Yeah.
And his mother uprooted him and moved him to Homestead as a young single mom who lost her husband very young, had to restart her life, raise him, had a phenomenal career, raised her sons from all that trauma, brought him to a good place here in Miami where we live. He went to school, did what he was supposed to do, and she kind of took him from that environment. But I think that was it's strange, but I think that displeased my mother in the sense that she didn't like, okay, well, he's from Liberty City, like very judgmental, which is hypocritical, right? Because she's from the Bronx and was selling drugs and was incarcerated, and my father was the head of a Puerto Rican cartel. So it's a little bit, not a little bit, it's very hypocritical, right? Yeah, and it's crazy because Javon has never been involved in that lifestyle. I mean, we went to a very good public school. It's probably #1 here in the state of Miami. He got a D1 scholarship to UConn, great grades, great football player. I went to Boston University. Like, we genuinely grew up as good kids, never sold drugs. He's never been incarcerated, neither have I. So to judge somebody at 14 years old for the neighborhood he came from, or to judge his father or his mother and, be a little bit racist. And I just think it was unfair. And so in the very beginning, it was trying to prove to her, oh, he's worth my time. I want to be with him. He is the good guy. And so it wasn't too crazy for her because she didn't think we were going to last. So at first it was like classism, racism. Okay, whatever. She's not going to last. Then as he started to grow up, as he started to, like us, right? Everybody, we grow up, we start to develop our personality, our traits, we start to learn and grow. He had different experiences. He went to a D1 school where he had situations, right, with, am I going to go to the NFL? Am I not? He started to do research, take these classes in college, learn about himself, the culture, right, the environment that we're in. And then that's when he kind of wanted to veer off what society kind of introduces to us as the correct path. So you go to college, you do your 9 to 5, you work in the corporate world until you're 62, you retire, you have your family and your kids. Javon was very adamant since we were in college that he didn't want to go to the NFL, that he didn't want to be in a position that pulled him away from his family, from his wife, from his normality, right? He was very adamant. And that's really what attracted to me. And that's how I knew, okay, I'm going to marry this man, because I was like, man, anybody else, they get the opportunity to go to the NFL with all the girls, the groupies, the traveling, they're going to jump on board, right? And he was like, I don't want that. I don't care for that. I care about, starting a career, opening my own business, taking care of my family, because he does still have family in Liberty City, raising my kids, being present. I don't want to work for a corporate job that pulls me away from my kids. And I didn't know, I knew about a little bit about that because my grandfather's a business owner, right? My mother and all that.
Yeah.
But I was just taught, this is how you're supposed to operate. And so when Javon presented those ideas, when Javon kind of encouraged me to think outside of the norm, that bugged her, because now it's, oh, you're going to listen to him and not me. I'm the CEO of Roc Nation. I know this person. I know that person. Why wouldn't you want to come work with me? Or why wouldn't he want to work with me? It's all about power, control, and classism. And so when she saw that he wasn't like the typical man or young man that would conform and do that, and that it was impacting me in a positive light, she saw that as something negative. She saw it as, oh man, this guy I'm going to lose grip and control over my daughter over this guy. That's how she thought.
Wow. Okay. So
I was trying to, I wanted to get to the root.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about the gravity of everything I'm hearing, because typically the one thing that a mother wants, especially for a daughter, is for her to find the right guy who has the right values, who's going to treat her right and be devoted. And it sounds like that's what you found. It seems like you found the right guy, and he sounds like a really great guy. But more importantly than that, it sounds like your granddad.
Yeah.
Like he sounds like he's the kind of guy that your granddad is like. So, and that happens with women. When we have paramount figures in our life, like my dad, I feel the same way about my dad that you feel about your granddad. And I'm not sure how old your granddad is, but my dad was born in the 30s. And he just sounds like the kind of man that was born somewhere between the 30s and the 50s. That's how those old schoolers were.
1936.
Okay, so he's right behind my dad. My dad was 33. Those times crafted a certain kind of people. And how lucky for you to find a young man that actually possessed those qualities. So for me, once again, you can call all the isms in the world. You're happy, right? You were happy. You have to be happy. 16 years. Do you know how many people can't pull that off at all? And 16 wonderful years. And now all of this. So, okay, well, you know what? Let's just jump right into it. Let's jump into the red flags. Let's talk about the surveillance. Because we really need to start getting to the heart of what's happened to your life. It's been extremely unfair. So at what point did you start feeling like something was seriously wrong or either being orchestrated or manipulated in your relationship with your mom?
Okay. So I think, honestly, I didn't notice until the police showed up on September 11th, 2023. However, Javon noticed since early 2019. He started to tell me, I'm being followed. He was sending me pictures of men following him, videos. He was very adamant about telling me, your mother, I think your mother doesn't like me. She's having me followed. I'm not sure if she's trying to catch me doing something wrong. I'm working a normal life, living a normal life. And at first, as a young girl who, loves her mother, I didn't believe him, right? I thought, oh, this guy's being paranoid. It caused arguments in our relationship because he felt that I didn't trust him. And I just thought there's no way. Like, why would she have him followed? Like, there's absolutely no reason because we were going to family events together. She seemed to have a great relationship with him. So I didn't understand the motive. I didn't understand why that was even possible. Mm-hmm. And so that caused a little bit of strain. I mean, we almost broke up on multiple times because he's, telling me something, but at the same time, he wants to be careful because he doesn't want to lose me because it's my mother, right? And so that became a difficult situation. I really, really, really started probably noticing, I take that back, not on September 11th, at my job.
Which job?
Yeah, so I started working at Iconic Creative Agency with Benny Frahela and Liz Frahela from here, Miami, Florida, in 2020. They're an agency that has contracts with the Nike brand and the Jordan brand. They do events in New York. They do Super Bowl. They do like store activations, like when Nike has a shoe release. This is kind of like what they do as an agency. The backstory, how I got to them. I think this is important for timeline purposes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I went to school in Boston University, went to school for social work. I originally wanted to be a lawyer, did all these internships and work with lawyers. And then I got offered a position to work with survivors of torture in Miami. And I loved it. I was making nothing, but I started off, helping survivors of torture and domestic violence here in Miami, worked for this nonprofit, had clients. I worked with asylum seekers, so women who crossed the border, who were trafficked, who were trying to get asylum here in the United States. So I got to work with them and different population of women, children, and even men, because there's a huge population of men that also suffer from abuse, torture, and all that kind of stuff. And so the pandemic hit. So the organization shut down. I was left without a job. And I was desperate because, again, I grew up with my grandfather. At this time, I was living with my grandfather in 2017 because I tried to live with my mother after college, but it was like
too much.
Yeah, we were clashing. It was too much. So my grandfather, his Alzheimer's started getting worse. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to move in with my grandfather. I'll be happy there. I'll be able to, get a job, save money, take care of him, and I will be away from the toxicity and the conflict. Right. So I moved in with him in 2017, lost that job due to the COVID pandemic. And I was looking everywhere for a job. I mean, I would do like part-time jobs at the daycare, stuff like that, but nothing stable because we were in a national pandemic. At that time, my mother said, hey, I know somebody who's hiring. I can connect you. I was, since very little, adamant I would not work anywhere that had any type of ties or she knew anybody, because I wanted to always, earn my positions, earn my title, earn my job. And I never wanted her to say, oh, I got you that job, because I witnessed her do that with my siblings. I witnessed her do that with my grandmother. Like when she bought my grandmother's house, oh, I bought this house for you. This is my house. Like very abusive things. And I didn't want to go through that. So I the jobs before Iconic, I got myself, even if they were low paying. I was fresh out of college, no experience. So
Right.
of course, you got to start somewhere. And so because I was desperate and she was like, I don't really know her like that. I know her husband. I was like, okay, I'll try it. If it becomes too much of a conflict of interest or it bites me in the butt, I'll leave. Right. So I interviewed with Liz Frahela at Iconic. At the time, it was Liz Frahela, Benny Frahela, and Cindy Boozer, the owners. Was offered an entry-level job. I was told I was going to be like the marketing manager, and it was going well. I thought everything was going well. But then I started noticing little things like, oh, why can't you stay late, like after hours? Or, oh, why don't you travel here, travel there? And I was very adamant in the interview that I didn't want to travel. Number one, I wanted to be with my grandfather. Number two, I wanted to be with my dog. And number three, Javon and I opened our business in 2020. So I also wanted to be present to help out with that.
Yeah.
And so they didn't require me to travel in the beginning, but I started noticing that it was weird. Like they were trying to, stay after hours to work this project and come meet this person. And so I was like, I'm being paranoid. So I didn't really, think anything of it. Then the September incident happened when the police told me why they were called and how they found out. I'll pause there because I feel like I've been talking long for you to ask me about that.
Oh, no. And don't get me wrong. I'm going to jump in where I need to, but I really want I want to make sure that when we get to the end of this conversation, there are no more questions.
Okay.
So I want to, especially considering what's going on in the backdrop that everyone doesn't know about. So this is your opportunity. This is the opportunity that you deserve to just have the floor. So please say whatever you need as you need, and we'll pick it up. But so this is what's going on. This is the timeline. We have, as I call it, the pandemic happening. A lot of things were shutting down in the system. You're an independent woman. You're not looking for a free ride. You're not looking for a handout. You just wanted to be able to work and be there with your granddad, do your business. Like these are all normal things for a very awesome, smart, bright person. Like I still don't see how we get to this, because you're kind of like the kid that every parent wants.
Thank you.
So, all right, well, let's just pick it up. So you got the job and now you're starting to feel like, something could be off. It's not feeling right, but you didn't want to think you were paranoid, just like Javon, all of this. So when did it really hit you that, okay, this is orchestrated?
Yeah. So I think also I want to mention this on the platform because Dr. Daniel Bobar's team is making it a personal vendetta to use this against me. So there's something I do want to clear up here on your interview now that we started from the pandemic and how I got into Iconic in the timeline. Yeah. So I'm hired at Iconic 2020. It's important to know, since I was raised by my grandfather and his partner had 2 kids coming into the relationship. Those 2 women, because they're not legally married, were seen as my mother's stepsisters, right?
Okay.
Those 2 women lived in the home as I was growing up. And one of those, I considered them my aunts, even though biologically they weren't. One of them, my aunt, she was a teacher, principal, taught me how to read, taught me how to write. When I was going through the custody case where my dad was trying to take me away from my grandfather and my mother, I was assigned a guardian ad litem, and she was actually the one who was doing the visitations with the court so that the court could see that I wasn't neglected, that I had somebody to help me with homework, that I could read, that I could write, that I was, in a stable
very
home.
Active in your life.
Exactly. So that was my aunt. I loved her dearly, considered her my aunt. I grew up with her. She passes in 2020 of pancreatic cancer. As you can imagine, that was a hard blow for me because my cousin, her son, was 9 years old, just loses his mother. My grandfather, to him, he just lost a daughter, right? His partner was, she just lost her youngest child, who was very active. Like, she would come every weekend to our home after chemo, and we would take care of her, or my grandfather's partner would go to her home. So I had a very, very direct relationship with, she was in hospice and I was at home with her son helping with homework. And then with the pandemic, we couldn't visit her in the hospital. So we had to deal with, her dying, not being able to physically see her.
That was
now,
terrible. Yeah.
As she passes away, my grandfather's depressed with Alzheimer's. Her mother, was at the lowest of the low. So now I'm here taking care of my grandfather, taking care of her mother. When her son is coming over at 9 years old, I'm trying to, comfort him while I'm suffering and grieving. And at the same time, I'm trying to get a job and get my life together. So at that point, I was like, I'm going to do grief counseling. I'm going to do grief counseling because I was taking care of everybody else. And it felt like oh my God, you need to take care of yourself. You need to be, it wasn't that I was depressed. No, I was functional. I was acting perfectly. Everything was going well because I was taking care of all of these people. I wanted to do the grief counseling because I wanted to learn tips and strategies on how to help the people in my home deal with grief. I was dealing with a 9-year-old child who lost his mother, and I didn't know how to communicate with him, without striking a chord or triggering him. It was all very new to me because it was the first time I lost somebody so close to me. So that's why I was like, I'm going to do grief counseling because all of this is going on. I want to be able to support, these people in the house, and at the same time have tips and tricks. And at the same time, I'm sad. Like, it's not that I have. By the way, I was never in my life diagnosed with a mental illness. I did the grief counseling to grieve her. And that's very important for the context of this, because Dr. Daniel Bobar, you tried to use that grief counselor as a source, when in reality, she has never diagnosed me with anything. She stands very strong in her stance that I have never been suicidal. I have never done drugs. She started seeing me for grief, and I ended up loving her. And I would continue doing therapy because I wanted to. Like, as a human being, I think we can all use that, right? We're managing our day-to-day in our life, but not because I had any diagnosis, just because I really loved her as a counselor. And, I was like, why not go once a month, check in with her, tell her what's going on in my life? But she's very adamant, and that's the letter that was provided to the court, that I have no mental illness, that I'm not suicidal, never. And that's why I wanted to tell you that piece of my life that happened, that led me to go to grief counseling, that is being manipulated, unfortunately, and used against me. And I want to really emphasize that.
Well, that's terrible, because what it sounds like is that there were a bunch of extenuating circumstances stacked around you. And then here comes this dream job. You know what I mean? And then you're in there, and then these things are going on, and then you do a responsible thing for your mental well-being and health and spirit and for your family. And now it's being weaponized in the future.
Yeah, it's incredible because, without naming any names, without trying to throw anybody under the bus, I witnessed a relative in my family try to commit suicide in front of me because of my aunt's passing. That's why I wanted to learn how to help people in my house. And that's why I ended up doing grief counseling, not because I was in that space. Yeah. No, I'm a firm believer in, like, no matter what happens, God has me. God uplifts me. And there's always somebody that's suffering a harder battle. So me personally, I would never, and I've been fortunate enough to never been to be in a dark space, to have those type of thoughts and want to do that type of thing. And I stand firm by that. Like, I've never been suicidal. I've never been in that dark space. So I'm fortunate enough that I've learned and I know how to manage my feelings and my emotions and my trauma. And I've never been in that position. So it's crazy because multiple people were aware that I witnessed somebody in my family tried to commit suicide in front of me. I stopped it from happening. And that's why I went to grief counseling. And then years later, here comes Dr. Daniel Bobar trying to, weaponize it against me, like you said. But I'm fortunate enough that doctor, and I won't name her because she's very private with her other clients. I want to be respectful to her. But she's such an amazing counselor that, she could have easily been bought, and she's not. She wasn't. She said, I believe in my license. I believe in my ethics. This girl does not have a mental illness. She's better than 99.9% of all my patients. She's never been suicidal. She's very strong. And, she stood by that and she defended it. And that's what you see in the body cam when he tries to walk away so people can't pick up the audio. And that's why she wrote the letter in court, and she's adamant about that. So I just wanted to use this moment to touch upon that, because I don't want, again, people are trying to use that against me. And in all reality, everybody should see a counselor at one point in their life. So yeah.
Honey, again, 2/3 of America needs to be in therapy immediately. And salute to you for seeing what was happening in your environment and grabbing those situations, by the neck and saying, no, we're going to turn this around. I see people in my family hurting. I want it to stop. These are responsible, clear-headed choices from a person that's clearly sane. So we're going to just, thank you for that, because I think we're going to have to flip back and forth a couple of times.
I know.
Everything that's going. Well, no, we want to make sure that no one's confused after this. Mm-hmm. So here we are at the job. What goes wrong to let you know, hey, this is off.
Right. September 11th, 2023. So Javon and I are in, we had it's like an efficiency in the back part of my grandfather's house where we were living. By the way, Javon wasn't living there. He was coming back and forth from his mother's house to my grandfather's house, but he was dealing with an illness, starting his business. My grandfather saw that we started our business and that I was working, and he was like, hey, instead of going back and forth and instead of you guys getting an apartment, stay in the back efficiency. I'm not renting it out. Save your money. You're here. You guys can take care of me and help me out, and just stack up your money and just stay here. Like that back and forth and that. So I was like, are you sure? He's like, of course. Like that, that's what I'm here. You just started your business. You're working at this job. He's sick. You're having to go back and forth. Like, just stay in the back. I'm not renting that back efficiency. And I won't, I'm not going to charge you anything. Save your money. And so that was a great support for us. And I want to clear that up because there's a lot of false narratives on that. So that's what we were living in.
Highlight this. Now, this is your grandfather who's been in your life and been raising you since you were wee high, everything. He knows you. He knows your character. And it sounds like he knew Javon as well, because I can't see if Javon were the wrong kind of guy, why he would just welcome him to come and stay there and say, hey, I don't want to die. You guys will be family. We'll look out for each other. Those aren't the kind of things that people do. They don't welcome abusive spirits into their home in that way, especially not the kind of man that you're telling me your grandfather is. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. So granddad was on board with this relationship and wanted to see you guys do well. So here we are, everyone's sick. Yeah. And there's a situation.
Yeah. So it's September 11th, 2023. Javon and I are in the back room. We're having an argument about a business call. My grandfather is in the front part of the house. This is very important. The front part of the house is about 100 feet away from the room where we were at with the door closed. My grandfather is in the front of the house with his partner, Olga Sayas, and with a fourth cousin of his that was essentially hired by my mother to help take care of him because, as you can imagine, he then became diabetic and it was hard for me to work and take care of him. So she now hires a fourth cousin. She purchases the home next door to my grandfather for this woman and her boyfriend. This woman doesn't have to pay rent. All she has to pay is water. She's getting paid $1,000 a week to essentially drop by and help take care of my grandfather, when his partner, who is seen as his wife, is very much living in the same home and is there and more than capable of taking care of him. But my mother goes above and beyond, hires this fourth cousin, purchases the home next door for her and her boyfriend because they're not married, hires him to help. And so her name is Milaides Garcia. She's in the front of the house, Milaides Garcia, in the living room. My grandfather's in the living room, and Olga Saya is in the living room. They're all watching the movie. Javon and I are 100 feet away in the second part. This is the back part of the house, essentially the backyard.
I'm trying to understand that, but I'm telling you. So I'm like, yo, I have to do something else. I have to use other people. We have to figure out something else. Whatever, it's another voice. But it's just yelling, just me yelling. Something that could change my life. So that's the only thing I got. I think that it was no, that did not happen. But I can slide. I'm gonna get up out of here. No, but no, it's not. The cameras are. Nobody touch nobody. I don't touch nobody's cameras here. It's gonna suck. But you want to? Yeah, I got to look into a different business. Yeah.
The video that we saw, the efficiency was at the back. There was this common area. There was another door leading, and the house was on the other side of that.
Yes. So the common area that you see, that's the terrace. That part of, that's the terrace of the house. That's really you walk through another door and that's the backyard. But the door that you see is the room to the efficiency. Okay.
So just to be clear, no one was close by to be able to hear or, articulately say, this is what was said, this is what happened. At best, they might hear volume, but nothing. Yeah. Okay, got it.
No, and it's important to know that none of them speak English. Olga speaks a little bit, but they can't effectively communicate or effectively understand a full-on English conversation. And it's very important to know that all three of them have hearing issues, and that and that we're over 100 feet away. There's a terrace, there's a wall, there's a door, and then there's a hallway, and then that's where they're sitting. So all of that is in between where Javon and I are and where they are. No windows where they can see, nothing. So that's very important to know.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah, so we're in this room, September 11, 2023. We're having an argument in the room about business. There's a bed in between us. So I am on the other side of the room. Javon is on the other side of the room, like towards the entry door, sitting down in a chair. So there's a bed, a whole entire queen bed in between both of us. So we have maybe 6 to 7 feet of distance with a bed in between. And we're arguing and whatnot. Out of nowhere, Olga and Milaides storm into the room screaming. Olga is grabbing Javon's arm. Milaides is just standing at the door. I'm on the other side. And Olga's like, no, don't hit her. Screaming, get off of her, like pulling his arm. And he's like, what's wrong with you? What are you talking? Like he's screaming, and then I'm screaming, like I'm on the other side. I'm like, what are you talking about? And then she tells me in Spanish, your mother called me saying that he's beating you up. And I'm like, what are you talking about? We're here arguing, and I'm all the way on this side. what are you talking about? And she's like, oh, so nothing's happening. He's not beating you up, nothing. And I go, no, nothing is happening. And like at this point, she's like, oh no, but she said, like, she's screaming, getting crazy. You have to understand, she's also like pulling his arm and like almost like trying to hit him. So he's raising his voice, get off of me, because he's essentially being attacked. And he doesn't understand what's going on. And so when she realizes and she calms down that nothing is really happening, she leaves the room with the Ileys. And then he's just like, what was that? I'm like, I have no idea. A few minutes pass by and Miami-Dade Police Department storm into the room and they tell us, we received the call that you're getting beat up nonstop. We need to separate you guys and talk.
Whoa. Yeah. Hold on. Wait a second. Because I want to make sure that everybody understands what's being said here. So you and your boyfriend of at least actually more than 10 years at this point, who everyone knows, who your grandfather invited you, all of a sudden he's pulling a DV on you. People have to come running in because they were called. Your mother wasn't there, right?
No, so it's important to note that my mother was in New York City.
She was in New York when this incident happened.
Correct.
And she was able to call your family and tell them that they needed to come and rescue you. And then the police showed up too.
Yes.
From an argument over a business thing.
Yes.
Oh, wow, this is okay. Please take us deeper down the rabbit hole.
So police separate us. And then the officer tells me, we got a call that he's beating you nonstop. Have you been hit? Are you okay? And I'm like, what? He hasn't hit me. I have never been beaten. I just woke up. I have a bonnet on my head with pajamas in the body cam. Like I look crazy in the body cam. It was like, what? How did I just get beat up and my bonnet is still in place? Like, what is it? I didn't have a bra, nothing. Like, I'm like, ma'am, I just woke up. We were arguing. Nobody hit anybody. So she has me. I had a short sleeve on. You'll see it in the body cam. Yeah. She has me extend my arms. She checks me for bruises. She has me turn around. She checks my neck. She said, you don't have anything. I go, I'm trying to tell you, I didn't get hit. And I don't know I wasn't even crying. Because what you'll see is the witnesses' statements is that my face was red from being slapped and choked, and that I was crying hysterically, and that I was screaming, don't hurt me. I had not one tear in the body cam, not one mark. I was more embarrassed that she was interviewing me without a bra and with a bonnet on than anything. I was just like, ma'am, like, can I go get my bra? Like, you'll hear me say that. I go put on my bra now, give her my ID. She checks me. She even writes on the incident report, which I will provide to you, no bruises, no evidence of violence, like they were saying, because when you call in 911 and you say she's getting beat up nonstop, that's why they rushed and got there so quickly. If somebody is getting beat up nonstop, that's punches, that's choking, that's, all of the above. And I had no signs of that.
They have a term for that. When people call in the police and give these that's swatting.
Mm-hmm.
When you call the police with a fake emergency, making it sound like someone's life is in danger, they show up like someone's life is in danger. And the truth is, if that officer hadn't have been level-headed, they could have come in that door with a completely different attitude with hearing stuff like that.
That is so important for you to know, because originally when they came in, I was yelling and Javon's like, calm down, I don't want to get shot. And so I was like, then I realized, oh man, I forgot, because they're getting a call that I'm being beat up nonstop. So they're thinking this man is aggressive. They stormed in to the door. And so you'll see that on the body cam. And so that's when I knew, okay, Demoree, take it down a notch, because his life is potentially in danger due to the false police call. And, police was just doing their job, right? If they're getting called and somebody is saying, my daughter or whoever is getting beat up nonstop, that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to respond quickly. They're supposed to take it seriously. And so it's unfortunate that police resources were abused in that way, and their time and their energy, because somebody else could have been, who needs to be rescued, could have been rescued at that exact time. But again, she checked me. She saw no bruises. The other officer interviewed Javon. You'll see that in the body cam. He was explaining everything. They were like, okay, there's nothing here. In the body cam, you'll see the officer tells the female officer, are you going to give her a domestic violence brochure? Because when you call in for DV, they do the like brochure and the resources and all that. And she's like, I don't even think she needs a brochure. Like nothing happened. And the officer was like, well, whatever, just give it to her. It's, I guess, a standard procedure. But they were in the camera admitting that they knew this wasn't DV. They left. And as they're leaving, by the way, you can see the so-called witnesses who said, you'll see that they changed their story on 3 times, and I'll provide that to you. And I will provide the affidavits that they gave and their stories that they changed. They said that they came in with a machete because they thought Javon was going to murder everyone in the home and that they were scared for their lives. And mind you, the body cam shows them laying down in a recliner couch watching soap operas.
Please don't tell me telenovela.
Telenovela, yeah. Yes.
Oh my God. It sounds like they were giving, the accounts of what they had been watching more so than what was happening in the home. So at this point in time, even though Mama's in New York, she's watching.
Yeah, because the police officer, she didn't say this on the body cam, but she told me, she said, we got the call. She's watching you from New York. There's a camera in here. If I were you guys, I would move out of here because clearly the people who live in here have a problem with you guys. And that's what started me, Javon and I's manhunt for an apartment or a townhouse to move out. That officer telling me that, because I was like, a camera where? And that's when I was like, okay, she's taking it up 10 notches now.
So now we have evidence that you're being, surveillanced in your private living space with your partner, who's now your husband, who you've been with since you were 14 years old. Was there any other infiltration into your personal devices? Was the camera in your living space the only thing, or was there more?
I want to emphasize something for the public that is being misshared. So the camera, the audio, these fake audios that they're producing from supposedly the 9/11 incident, 9/11/2023, where Javon did not get arrested, that incident that they're claiming that I said, don't hurt me, and this and that in that audio. I want the record to reflect, and we have proof of this, that camera was not in a common area. That camera was in our bathroom facing our shower in a closet. And I want yes, it was in our closet. We had a closet in the shower that faces directly into the shower, into the toilet.
And so someone installed a camera in there to be able to watch what you would. Okay, now that is just, I'm sorry, because I'm doing my best to keep this as civil as possible, because this interview isn't about trashing your mom. It's not. This interview is about making sure that the details of your life and the stories that are being told about your life are accurately corrected, because it's a lot of public perception that allows law enforcement and the judicial system to not take certain things seriously. I've had my own experiences, and I've shared a few things with you, Demoree. But for someone to put a camera in a space in your life where you are guaranteed to be nude, this is you nude, this is Javon nude. This is a total invasion of privacy, and there's no excuse for it. If you're putting up cameras to say, hey, I think something funny is going on and I want to keep, so why would you need that in that space? I'm sorry. If I were you, I'd have been totally freaked out too.
Yeah. So that's what I want to emphasize on this platform, that misinformation is being shared. That audio, that's why if you notice that when they play the audio, it's like a white wall with a shelf. People don't know it's a shelf. That's my shoe shelf. Full disclosure. That's my closet. That closet, the doors. Remember, I grew up in humble beginnings with my grandfather, so it's not anything fancy. So it's like a little closet door that's pried open that you can see me shower, use the bathroom, Javon. Like, that's not a common area, and that's illegal. And so it's very easy. And I want the audience to note this. September 11, 2023, she's producing audio. But where is the video? If I was attacked, if you're saying I was abused and you installed the camera, where is the video? Why are you not producing the video? Why? Because it's not convenient for her, because it did not happen. It's easy to manipulate audio, right? And I want the record to reflect that the evidence that is circulating online, I'm going to quote unquote evidence, right? And that was submitted to the state. This was a 30-minute incident. She has sent to the state attorney's office 6 different audio clips with 5-minute increments. If you're not editing, if you're not using AI voices, then why don't you produce the full 30-minute audio clip? And why don't you unedited? And why don't you produce the video? Why? Because if she does that, it'll show that I was never hit. It'll show that none of the stuff he was saying to me, or like the verbal abuse stuff that's going around there, wasn't said. What people need to realize, that technology, when you have money and you have resources and you have connection, audio is very easily manipulated. And when you hear it, if you're smart and you have experience with this kind of thing, and people who know Javon, they're like, he doesn't speak like that. And you can tell sometimes it skips, or the voices come in and out, and then it sounds like he's different. Yeah, so I want to put that on the record, that audio is not what it was, and that she had the capabilities to produce a video, and she did it in court. She did not in court, because there was no attack on me. I didn't get hit at all. There was none of that. We were tormented. The kids are crying. Javon's now getting arrested. I'm like, where's your warrant? Like, what is he getting arrested for? My mother-in-law name drops. Desiree Perez sent you. Desiree Perez sent you, didn't she? You see their faces like kind of step back. He gets arrested. And then the next day he makes bail and we get him out. But we don't know. Like, at this point, I called her when I'm at the farm. This is the last time I spoke to her. I said, did you get him arrested? Yes, I did, because he's an abuser, this and this. I go, what is wrong with you? I'm like, you better call all your friends at the police department, and you better get him released, or I'm going to speak and tell everybody who you really are. Body cam will show that retired former police officer Jeffrey Brown, and I'm naming it here because I'm not afraid of anybody, and they need to know that they're going, they're being held accountable for their participation in an orchestration of having my husband falsely arrested in front of kids. Jeffrey Brown says in the body cam, which I want the record to show in mostly all the police reports, my mother lies to police and identifies herself as Desiree Perez, my aunt. September 11, 2023, she's producing audio. But where is the video? If I was attacked, if you're saying I was abused and you installed the camera, where is the video? Why are you not producing the video? Why? Because it's not convenient for her, because it did not happen. It's easy to manipulate audio, right? The evidence that is circulating online and that was submitted to the state, this was a 30-minute incident. She has sent to the state attorney's office 6 different audio clips with 5-minute increments. If you're not editing, if you're not using AI voices, then why don't you produce the full 30-minute audio clip unedited? And why don't you produce the video? Why? Because if she does that, it'll show that I was never hit. It'll show that none of the stuff he was saying to me, or like the verbal abuse stuff that's going around there, wasn't said. what people need to realize that technology, when you have money and you have resources and you have connection, audio is very easily manipulated. And when you hear it, if you're smart and you have experience with this kind of thing, and people who know Javon, they're like, he doesn't speak like that. And you can tell sometimes it skips or the voices come in and out, that audio is not what it was. She had the capabilities to produce a video, and she did it in court. She did not in court because there was no attack on me. I didn't get hit at all. There was none of that. In fact, I told them at one point, I don't like how you're talking to me. You're hurting me with your words. And that was edited to, oh, don't hurt me or don't hit me or something like that. And that never came out of my mouth. And very important, because they tried to use my best friend, and I won't say her name for her protection, because I don't think they know which best friend it was, but for her protection, because she's also been harassed in Boston, and I'll talk about that later on. I called her, and that's what the court document says, and the audio that they're producing where they edited my conversation with her, which is the complete invasion of privacy. But okay, I tell her, hey, my mother called the cops on Javon. She's saying that he hit me, but that's not true. She's saying that he grabbed me by my neck, but that's not true. And she tells me, oh my God, that's terrible. Like, why would she do that? And she even asked me as a best friend, are you sure that didn't happen? Like, you can tell me, I'll take a plane over there. Like, you shouldn't be with somebody if he does that. Are you sure? I said, no. So, I wouldn't lie to you. She's known Javon, by the way. We all went to high school together. She's known him since age 14 as well. It's actually funny. Her sister is married to one of his best friends. We all went to school together. So she knows him. So she's like, okay, oh my God, your mother's crazy, whatever. And that got edited to sound like I'm telling her he hit me, when if my best friend who loves me to death, if I said that to her, she would have came here, she would have whooped Javon. So I want to do that to protect her integrity, because they're also trying to lie on her and manipulate that situation. And she never said that.
Wow. Okay. So, all right. So now this is September 11th, 2023. But there's a video that's been being passed around on the internet that's time stamped, I believe, January 16th, 2022. Now, we don't have to get into that now, but I'm sitting here looking, you have this situation 2022, you have this situation 2023, you have this being altered, this being edited. There seems to just be a lot of tech terror in your life. And if I'm also correct, your phones were cloned?
Yes, 100%. And we have proof of that.
So when did you find out that the phones were cloned?
So sadly, I found out too late. I'm going to be honest with the public. I found out really late in the game. So September 11th happened. That caused us to move. We moved out on this is very, very important. We have proof of this. So if my mother thought that I was being abused and, orchestrated the calling of the police and Javon didn't get arrested, a typical mother wouldn't continue to associate with her daughter's abuser. We have evidence. First of all, Javon continued to stay in the house on September 11th, 2023. I want the record to show that. If he hit me and they really believed that, he wouldn't be in the home with my 80-something-year-old grandfather and still be laying there and sleeping there and continuing to exist there, number one. And number two, his birthday's on September 19th, and she bought him dolphin tickets for his birthday. And we have text message of her writing to him and saying, I love you, happy birthday. I'm so glad you're in our family. Yeah, we have all of that.
So hold on. She stages this whole, honestly, it's a soft swatting in your life on September 11th. Nothing happens because nothing happened. And then a week and a half later, she's giving him dolphin tickets and saying, I love you and happy. That almost sounds manic.
Yeah. Yeah. And
or was it meant to be an apology or?
she made it seem like, okay, you guys have to be able to communicate better and not argue. She made it like a mom or a mother-in-law that, you know, wanted to support us and doesn't want us arguing. And, you know, she says that can't happen. What happened today can't happen again. You guys have to be able to work it out. And by the way, texting him, which I can produce messages saying that I'm the problem and that he should leave me because I'm the problem. Yeah. So she was like, so she was talking bad to him about me and talking bad about him to me. So she was working,
well,
you know,
that's called triangulation. And it's a narcissistic trait. That's what they do. Whoever their object is, whatever it is that they're targeting, they work to make sure that they have control of the story around everyone around you, and then keep feeding you false information. They'll say one thing, they'll do another. It'll seem like everything is okay. This crazy thing happens and oh yeah, let's forget about that. Everything's back to normal. It's that emotional tug of war. And the truth is, it's traumatic. It really is. To constantly have someone playing, as we say, in your face. Mm-hmm. And then still enacting great harm in the backdrop. So I'm okay. Yeah. I just wanted to get that little bit of context. So please continue.
Yeah. So texting him, which we found this out obviously now with the case, we didn't know at the time. So texting him, basically, you should leave her. She's crazy, whatever, talking bad about me, her daughter. And then texting me like, oh, he's abusive. He's crazy. You should leave him. So working overtime to get us to turn against each other and make us both think the other person was the problem. And we realized we wanted to move out at this point because now, you know, what's going on? But at the same time, it was weird because she was inviting him to her home. He was going. She got him the dolphin tickets. She was FaceTiming him. My dad was FaceTiming him. Everything seemed okay. But we moved out October 5th, 2023 into a townhouse. And then I was still working at Iconic. And then that's when she saw that we moved out. Oh yeah. That's when it was like hell. That's when everything took a strong left, because now we're not under her visuals, right? There's no cameras. I didn't know at the time that I had a tracker in my car. I didn't know that my phone was cloned and that my iCloud was hacked. We didn't know that until later on. And I think that's important for the public for you guys to know why stuff continued to happen. We didn't know at that point. So we move out. We're living here in this townhouse. We move out October 5th. And out of nowhere, Iconic wants to have a meeting with me. And they're like, oh, you know, you've been working here for some time. You've been doing well. We want to give you a promotion.
Well, how long had you been working at Iconics at this point?
3 years, about 3 years.
Oh, so you were there for a while.
Yeah, I was there for a while. Yeah. And it was crazy because I had a lot of respect and I thought I had a very good, positive relationship with one of the owners, Liz Frahella. You know, I have texts like her saying, you're like a daughter to me. Thank you. Your family, you're this, you're that. And so I was severely betrayed and severely played by them. And it hurt a lot. It was another thing that hurt because it was in this case, my case, going through this, that I started to realize how many people could be bought and sell their souls very easily. And so that in itself was hard. But yeah, I was working there 3 years. They have this meeting. They tell me they want to give me a promotion, but you know, if we're going to promote you and we're going to pay you, you know, I went from 65,000 to 125 grand. You have to do more work. So in my head, I'm like, okay, well, if I'm going to be making this much money, it makes sense to have more responsibilities. So I'm like, what are those responsibilities? Like, let me see if I can do that. What is the scope of work? And they're like, well, we need you to travel. We need you to, you know, there's not going to be set hours. You need to stay later. We need you to, you know, manage more projects. And so I had the discussion with Javon. He's like, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. Like, I'm supporting you, whatever. And so I was like, okay, I'll try it. I'll see how I like it. And I said, yes. I took the offer. I'm like, why not? Then that's when it started to become sketchy with Iconic, in the sense that I normally would get out of work 5, 6 o'clock. And then it's like, oh, well, why don't you stay? So-and-so is staying. This is why you're getting paid more. So then it was like, people were staying in the office till 10 o'clock and they wanted me to stay at 10 o'clock at night. And I'm like, well, I got a man, I got a partner, I got dogs. Like, I want to be here till 10 o'clock at night. Like, and then it became like gaslighting. Like, they would text me like, oh, without saying any names, so-and-so is getting paid less and is here till 10 o'clock. But you can't stay till 10. And so I started to feel guilty. Like, man, am I like being a lazy worker? Am I not performing? Like, that started messing with my head. Like, I don't deserve this salary because, somebody who's barely making money is staying there and working all hours. And here I am, like, trying to go home at a decent hour. Like, I started to think that something was wrong with my work ethic. Like, I was questioning, like, am I doing a good job? Like, and it became like they were calling me at all times of the night, like 1 a.m. She's telling me like her personal business, like she's having a fight with her husband or having this. Like, it became there was no boundaries. Like, it became, because we're paying you this, you have to take in all of this toxicity. You have to have no boundaries. And I didn't, at first I thought that that's how I had to accept that treatment. Unfortunately, I thought that, okay, if they're paying me well, like, this is normal to be in a toxic work environment, to work late hours, for them to call me and have no boundaries. And I was getting suspicious because it became, oh, why don't you come to this event? So-and-so basketball player is going to be there. Or why don't you work this Nike event? This guy is going to be there. And I was like, well, why? Why does that matter? Number one, I'm not a groupie. I don't care how much money you make, who you are. Like, I have a partner and I love him and I'm with him for what's inside, not for exterior motives. So that concept of so-and-so and name dropping and this person's going to be there, that doesn't attract me. It never has. Like, it's just like, I think Nipsey Hussle would say this, it's not what's on you, it's within you. And I really stand by that. And so it became a lot of that, like, and them getting mad that I was leaving. And then it became, oh, why don't you come work at our house? And I'm like, yeah. I didn't feel comfortable working at anybody's house because even though they were a married couple, he's still a grown man. And she's a very jealous woman. I've witnessed that in the workplace. So I'm like, I don't want to go to your house. Oh, well, so-and-so is here and he's been here since 11 o'clock working with us at our house. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't feel comfortable working in someone's home. Like, I don't want to do that. And that's when I became suspicious. I started to realize, okay, something is weird. Something is weird here. But I continued to work because I was like, am I being paranoid? Like, am I crazy? Like, and then I started to think, is my mom paying them? Because why are they asking so much of me? It was weird. And I was like, no, Demoree, you're being paranoid. And then December happened. So Nike has a thing called the Nike Academy where they have workshops to give small businesses opportunities, where they give workshops to teach, how do you get a contract with Nike? How do you get a contract with this big person as a small business? And it was to increase their diversity and inclusion program. Okay. And so we got offered the opportunity to participate in those workshops with Nike, like earlier in the year. And these calls are like 200 people on a Zoom with vendors. Like, it's a huge call. Everybody's on it, but they had discontinued it. And so here Liz is texting me, I don't know the exact date, you can pin it, December, I think 13th or 17th. Hey, just want to bring to your radar, because she was traveling. We're traveling, we're at an event. There's a Nike Academy call scheduled for tomorrow. They asked us to nominate somebody to run the call. We need you to do it. And I was like, that's weird. Like, the call got discontinued weeks ago. Yeah. I was like, okay, sure. Like, I'm not going to question my boss, and I'm not going to not go if she's telling me I need to be present in a meeting, right? Yeah. So I'm like, okay. I show up to the office. Nobody was there. So I called her and I go, hey, nobody's here. She's like, no, we're all working in activation. The call's on Zoom. Take it and just let us know how it goes. So I was like, okay, I didn't think anything of it. I hop on the Zoom and there's only one person on the Zoom, a woman. And she identifies herself as Rachel Thomas from Nike Academy. And she tells me she's the director of the Academy. And so I go, oh, well, nice to meet you, Rachel Thomas. My name is Demoree. My title then became the marketing director. So I was like, I'm the marketing director at Iconic. I was just told to join, whatever. And and I asked her, hey, since, because I already had, like, my intuition is always on point. That's what I learned with this. I said, hey, do you mind me recording you since my staff is not here so that I can replay the meeting so that, I don't have to take notes? And she gave me consent to record, which was phenomenal, right? For my case.
Yeah.
So I'm recording, we're on the Zoom, and I go to her, she's like, tell me about your background. It became, remember, I went to school for social work.
Right.
I've worked intakes, assessments, safety plans for people. So she started doing what we call an intake assessment to get background. She's asking me about my childhood, how I grew up. And so I go, Rachel, I'm sorry, is Nike hiring, are you like in charge? Like, how corporate offices have psychologists that do like workshops for like work-life balance that they, the employees attend. Is this what Nike is doing? And she's like, yeah, it's something like that. We're just trying to, teach people how to cope with high stress environments and work. And Nike's trying to like do a test run on these sessions and this and that.
You were raised and your toilet training was required to know.
I already knew. I was like, wait a minute. And she kept asking me, like, it became like one question, for example, and I can provide that recording to you. Like, how do you say no to people who might not want to hear no? I'm like, what? I'm like, so then I would go back. Oh, you mean at Iconic? So I would play her. Oh, you mean at Iconic? Oh, yeah, at Iconic. No, we're all amazing people. We have a great team. Like, I was just lying about how amazing Iconic is. It's a trick. Like, you're not gonna, like, I already picked up something was weird. So every time she would ask, I would spin it back to Iconic. And then I really scared her when I said, oh, yeah, I know where you're going with that because I was a social worker. And she's like, you were a social worker? And I go, yeah, I was a social worker. I work with abuse victims, survivors of torture. And she's like, huh, like you'll hear the audio. And I'm like, yeah. And then she was like, oh, okay, well, like she kind of like wrapped, but it was like already a 40-minute session at this point.
Yeah.
And so I told her, this is how I was smart. I was like, do you have a website I could share with the rest of the staff so that if they want to look up your work with Nike, they can fall back? And she's like, yeah, I'm going to be busy the next 2 days, so I'll send it to you when I can. I'm like, okay. 2 days later, she sends me a link, which I will give you that picture as proof. They created a website. They put NikeAcademy.com, her photo, Rachel Thomas, her fake background with Nike, and I screenshotted it, sent it. At that time, I was still, I wasn't with the grief counselor for grief counseling. I was just really seeing her for work-life balance and things like that once a month. And so I said, hey, can you do me a favor? Since you have access to like therapists and doctors, can you look this person up? And she's like, well, this person, is she a doctor? And I go, this is going to sound crazy, but I think I was just tricked into doing a psychiatric evaluation with somebody who's posing as a Nike director, but who's really a doctor. And she's like, what? Like, Demoree, are you getting a little bit paranoid? And I'm like, I have a feeling she's looking her up under Rachel Thomas. She can't find her. Why? Because she gave me a fake name. And at that time, I didn't think, Thomas might be fake. I'm just looking for Rachel Thomas. And then just to fast forward, so that was December 18th. I was forced to do 3 sessions with her, 3 Zooms, which I have proof of. And I think when Iconic saw that I was getting suspicious, they stopped and they said, oh, the Academy calls ended. The last one was on December 20th or something like that. I go to Christmas break. I had a Nike event that I had to do for a week. And then December 29th, I come home from Publix, the supermarket, and a detective shows up at our house, Detective Williams from the domestic violence unit.
Jeez
And
Louise.
she pulls up and she goes, "We got a call that you're being held against your will and tortured." And I'm like, "What?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about? I just came home from the grocery store. Like, if I'm being look at my arms, I'm not being held against my will. Like, who did you get that from?" She's like, "Your mom sent us a video of you being attacked and brutalized, and we're investigating." And I said, "There is no video. All that is fake. Nobody is being abused." And she's like, "Well, let's clear it up. Have Javon come outside and let's talk to him." I'm like, "Javon's not talking to anybody without a lawyer present, and neither am I. And unless you have a warrant, bye, thank you."
Smart girl.
And she's like, "Okay, I'm gonna get you. I'll get the warrant. I'll get the warrant." I was like, "Okay." I went inside the house. I told Javon, and long and behold, my mother starts texting him. We have those texts. We can produce them. "Oh, you woman beater! You're scared to come outside. You're dumb as a football. Why don't you come outside since you're so scared?" Like craziness.
Taunting
and then he's
him.
just
like literally taunting and mocking.
And he didn't pay any mess to that nonsense. And mind you, December 25th, that was the last time I was with her. So that was before the 29th. She was like kind of insinuating, like, "Why don't you leave him? This and this, he's horrible." And I'm like, "How many times am I going to tell you?" And I want the public to know I did family therapy sessions to try to save my relationship with my mother. That's how far I went to try to repair our relationship. It didn't work. She continued to try to say, "I know he's abusing you. Admit it. I know he hit you on September 11th. And I'm like, "He did not. That did not happen. And you need to stop. Like, I'm not going to admit to something that didn't happen." And when I saw that wasn't going anywhere, and on Christmas Day, when, she continued to try to convince me to do that narrative,
Right.
I was like, that's it. Like, I'm done. I told her I'm done. I can't continue this. And that's what sparked her to, I guess, contact police. They showed up December 29th. I sent them away. And then the very next day, Javon and I had plans to take his nephews, or my nephews now, right? And him and my mother-in-law to a farm called Pinto's Farm to celebrate the holiday here in Miami.
We have all these units calling us, man.
No, he's a private investigator. He's the one following the vehicle. Apparently, the one that was calling about kidnapping and forcing in another car is Auntie. Auntie's not here. She's the aunt of the female who's the victim of DV. That female victim of DV is with the subject right now inside Pinto's.
So, victim is suspect, aren't you getting?
Yes, inside Pinto right now. Like arriving there. But she called, whoever called saying that she was being forced out of the car, he's the only one who was here. He didn't see none of that.
Nobody here?
Very fine. He's the private investigator.
It's important to know that the kids were 2, 7, 9, and 10 years old at that when that happened. This is December 30th, 2023. We're on our way to Pinto's Farm.
Yay! Say hi. Ready? You guys say hi. Say hi. Woohoo!
Workout. This is a little workout.
You said what?
We're not even there 15
Look how
minutes
cute you look.
when like 8 police officers show up and they grab me. I had to put the kids down. The kids are crying.
I'm explaining to you right now.
Wait, no. What is going on? Excuse me, do you have a warrant for his arrest?
He has a probable cause to be arrested.
No, he does not have a probable
Yeah,
cause.
he
You guys
does.
are harassing him.
Step back.
No. Go get your grandma now. Go get your grandma now.
But stay back from me.
No.
We'll talk to you in a second.
You don't have a warrant
I'm
for his arrest.
telling you, we'll talk to you in a second.
Where my mom at?
Go get
Yo,
your
can I tell my
grandma now.
brother?
Stay back from me.
No.
We'll talk to you in a
You
second.
don't have a warrant for his arrest.
What y'all doing?
You got anything on your boss? Any weapons or anything?
Hold up. Y'all can at least tell my grandma. Hold up. What you doing, bro?
I'll make sure you have nothing here. You want your grandma to have this?
Don't make it difficult.
Where's the
I don't
warrant?
understand.
Where's
Wait,
the
just-
warrant? Where's the warrant? Where's the warrant?
I'll show you in a second.
Let me see the warrant. No, where's
We'll
the
talk to you guys
warrant?
in a minute. If you
What
give
are
us a
you guys
second,
doing, man?
we'll give you a minute.
Where's the warrant?
I'm not telling you.
We need a warrant. Get the lawyer.
They know something we don't know. They know something we don't know.
It's okay.
Just because of Desiree?
Hey, where's the warrant? Where's the warrant for his arrest?
You won't let me tell you?
Where's the warrant for his
You
arrest?
got the key to his car?
No, Javon!
What's the key?
Javon,
I'll give you it. Don't go over there.
Can I follow him, please? Let me see the warrant.
What y'all doing, yo?
You don't want?
I mean, I want it. Hey, Ma, you
I got it.
You can go ahead and
Here.
Where's the warrant for his arrest?
He has a message. I'm telling you.
Where's
You
the
dropped his
warrant?
message.
You really need to arrest him. He hasn't done
Don't
anything.
tell me I'm doing anything illegal.
Okay, so
I'm
where's
doing
the
everything
warrant?
legal.
Where's the warrant? No, you're not. We don't
That's
have a
fine.
warrant.
I'll see you guys in court. Pick up the glasses. Pick up the Perez. You want my badge? 10386.
No, that's the picture of your dad.
Stay there.
Where's the warrant and why is he being
I
arrested?
promise you.
Why is he being
Take a
arrested?
picture. I gotta go.
Where's the warrant for his arrest? Can I see the warrant for his arrest?
I don't have to show you it.
Which like it? This one?
That's a 331. Delivery 3080331.
Hey, go ahead and step in the car for me, please.
Yeah,
I get something.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, he's always got something going on.
Oh my
I think people need to realize that we were tormented. The kids are crying. Javon's now getting arrested. I'm like, where's your warrant? Like, what is he getting arrested for? My mother-in-law name drops. Desiree Perez sent you. Desiree Perez sent you, didn't she? You see their faces like kind of step back. He gets arrested. And then the next day he makes bail and we get him out. But we don't know. Like at this point, I called her when I'm at the farm. This is the last time I spoke to her. I said, did you get him arrested? Yes, I did, because he's an abuser, this and this. I go, what is wrong with you? I'm like, you better call all your friends at the police department and you better get him released or I'm going to speak and tell everybody who you really are. Oh, are you threatening me? Are you threatening me? And I'm like, no, but I will expose you because this is wrong. I'm like, there's kids here. Like, if you're going to do this nonsense, do it when the kids are not here. Like, why are you doing that?
Traumatizing for those children.
Yeah, you're traumatizing the kids. His mother is here. And, she says to me, oh, it's not a big deal. He'll make bail tomorrow. And I'm like, do you hear yourself? And I'm like, she's like, and if you bail him out and if you support him, consider your mother buried. And I was like, consider your daughter buried. And I clicked on her. Actually, before I clicked on her, my mother-in-law was going back and forth with her. She was like, you do this in front of my grandchildren, like in front of my grandchildren. Like, and, she was like, I don't care, like, insulting her and all that. And we hung up. And that was the last day that I spoke to my mother. Javon gets arrested. He makes bail the next day. And I want the record to reflect through my amazing investigative team, specifically my lead investigator, who's amazing. We uncovered with body cams, with evidence that I'm going to give to you to produce to your audience, the private investigators where she rented the house directly across the street from us to watch us 24/7, who followed us to the farm. We already knew we were being followed, but I didn't know until after that arrest that they were living across the street. So we saw somebody following us there, but we didn't know that it was from our home.
So hold on, pause. You got away from the camera she had at your granddad's house so that you could live a life where you could have some privacy. And she was so hell-bent on continuing this negative campaign against your marriage that she literally hired private investigators. She rented a house across the street from yours. So people could be there to just descend on you at her beck and call?
And some of those men were unlicensed, which in Florida, by Florida statute, you cannot surveil and follow someone if you're not a private investigator and you don't have your license. That's considered aggravated stalking in the state of Florida. So I just want to put that on the record.
It is.
Yeah.
And they weren't, these weren't armed people, were they? Did they have firearms?
Yes. Some of them were armed. Yes. And we have proof of that.
Oh my God. So this is when you're finding out. And then the iCloud hacking, when you found out that your cloud had been hacked and your phone had been cloned. Was this all around the same time as well, or did that come later as well?
That came later as well. So Javon makes bail. I stopped talking to her. He comes out the next day just for Pintos. So I can tell you what we uncovered for Pintos. At this time, I didn't know about the phone, right? I started to, we knew about the investigators. Body cam will show that retired former police officer Jeffrey Brown, and I'm naming it here because I'm not afraid of anybody, and they need to know that they're they're being held accountable for their participation in an orchestration of having my husband falsely arrested in front of kids. Jeffrey Brown says in the body cam, which I want the record to show in mostly all the police reports, my mother lies to police and identifies herself as Desiree Perez, my aunt.
So he's a private investigator. He's the one following the vehicle. Apparently the one that was calling about kidnapping and forcing in and out of the car is Auntie. Auntie's not here. Auntie's not here. Auntie's not here. She's the aunt of the female who's the victim of DV.
As we know, she is not my aunt.
Oh,
So
whoa. You want to know what? We've had a few conversations and I'm still being shocked at the little bit of new info. I'm like, hold on. So now she's your aunt?
She's my aunt on police reports. I'm telling you, buckle up. It's a long ride. You're going to have to edit a lot of this because it's long, but yes. So on this particular police report, you will see, and I will give that to you. We're not making it up. She identified herself as my aunt, and her name is on there, which is obviously not true. And in the body cam, Jeffrey Brown, police basically go up to Jeffrey Brown. Jeffrey Brown goes up to police and says, hey, I'm the one, I'm the investigator. The aunt called it in. And the police was like, wait a minute. We got a call saying that a girl was abducted. That's why we're going 90 miles and we all showed up here.
Huh?
Is anybody being abducted? Yes.
So now you're in Taken.
So she calls police, which it'll say anonymous caller, but guys, we're all smart. The call on the incident report says anonymous caller, but Jeffrey Brown goes up to the police officer, and the police officer goes, we got a call in about a girl getting abducted. Is she really abducted? Like, this is why we all showed up here. Like, we could have died. We were going 90. And he's like, no, it wasn't me. It was the aunt that called it in. And he's like, well, you need to tell the aunt, this is the officer, you need to tell the aunt that she cannot do that. She cannot lie to police and say that there's an abduction happening when there's not. We all flew over here. And you see the police like all startled on body cam. Like, what?
And
like,
just to be clear, Jeffrey Brown, is he law enforcement or just an investigator?
He's just a PI. He used to be former law enforcement here at Miami-Dade Police.
And so why did he stop being a cop to become a private investigator?
I don't know. We have his internal affair reports. I can produce that to you. I know about other people's background that's not going to be, to their best interest that I'll share later on. But specifically Jeffrey, I think it was more about retirement than anything. However, he played a part in this, and that's why I'm naming him, because shame on you for orchestrating and basically assisting my mother in lying about an abduction and not telling police, until they show up. And then he pulls up I think it's called a PC, which is like the document that they need to arrest somebody, like a warrant, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, well, so she's not being abducted, so why were we caught? What's going on? And he's like, oh, you hear him in the body cam. Oh, the girl, she's being abused by the boyfriend, and the detective put like a PC alert for his arrest. So just a little background, when they, and my investigator knows best about this, so when they like issue, like, I guess a warrant or a PC, that means like if officers spot you or if they see you, they can arrest you.
Yeah.
Right. But that's like if, they come across you or if you turn yourself in, etc.
Right.
Police weren't looking for him. Like, they didn't know we were at the farm. The reason why they called and lied about the abduction is because she wanted him to get arrested that day in front of the kids and ruin our New Year's Eve. That was intentional. Yes, that was intentional, because he says, oh, we have a PC for his arrest. The detective just put it in yesterday and he's here. And the police was like, well, you called saying it's an abduction. Like, yeah, we can arrest him because we happen to be here now because you guys lied, but you're not supposed to be doing that. Like, you know, we stormed out of here. And so
And
you
they
see
arrested
Jeffrey.
him.
Yeah, they did. They arrested him because they were there. But it's like, he probably wouldn't have gotten arrested. Like, the thing is, obviously it's wrong that he got arrested, but we would have preferred him to get arrested any other day. Like, why did you have to traumatize the kids? These are children. Like, the street code is no kids, no women. Like, we all speak the same language. There's a code in the street world and in the professional world. Like, don't involve kids. Come on. Like, these are children. I had a 2-year-old in my hand. Like, it's not
Do you
cool.
want to know
And
what's even worse?
it
You're
again?
her child.
Yeah,
She
like,
was traumatizing you too.
yeah, it was, let me tell you something. It was, they were talking to us I mean, it was bad. That image is in my head forever.
They did that
Embarrassed.
to embarrass you because they were probably hoping that would be the thing to make the two of you turn away from each other completely.
Correct. It was an embarrassment. It was in an area, family area. There was kids there, families. You didn't have to do that. That was dirty devil's work is what I call it.
Yeah.
My mother-in-law will never get that image of seeing her son being arrested.
I
For the
know.
first time. He's never been arrested with the kids. I mean, we had to like make up a story to calm the kids down, and we stayed there so that we can try to make it as normal as possible for them. But I mean, they're never going to forget that day. We had to like say, oh, they got the wrong man. But, that's in their head. Like, they were crying. So she didn't have to do that. So I want to highlight that because that's the devil's work. That's nasty work that didn't have to be done that day. And the officer even said it like, you can't call and lie about somebody being abducted. We're going 90 miles. We could have gotten in an accident. You're wasting police resources. Like, that's not cool. And so Jeffrey Brown identifies himself. He says, I work for several private investigation companies. Today, I'm on contract with PHLANX here in Miami, Florida, which is a private investigation security company.
This is not him.
Okay.
The person that's driving this car
It's inside.
is inside.
With female.
With the female, correct.
And the female is a victim of the DV.
Correct.
Who are you?
I'm a PI, private investigator.
Okay.
He's not the. You called?
No, the aunt called.
He's working for the ant.
Right.
Okay. So what happened today? What did you observe today?
I didn't observe anything today.
Okay.
You
so,
just calling because you're saying he's wanted?
Yeah, he's wanted by DV.
Okay.
Okay.
And the victim is the one that he's with.
Correct.
Okay.
It's
And someone was saying that she's being forced in or out of the car.
Well, I don't know. That's was the aunt calling, so I have no idea.
Okay. But
So
she's
the
not-
aunt's not here. She's calling.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. You need to explain to your aunt that she cannot be doing that.
Well,
Because she hired you.
yeah, because I mean, I was doing a significant amount of speed,
I was as well.
and I could have gotten into an accident, die, or kill somebody
Hey,
for a lie.
right. Well, I don't know. I don't know.
No, it's not so you can transfer
She's,
to her.
she's not here because so it is a lie. So how are you 100% sure this guy's wanted?
DV came out yesterday to speak with him.
Were you there?
Yes, I was. I'm trying to get a hold of his cell phone right now.
Police tell him the aunt can't be doing that. But what do police do? They continue with the arrest. He makes bond the next day. And we hire our amazing attorney, Naib Hassan. I want to give him credit where credit is due. And the circle of life, because, I knew Naib from years ago working with him. And I never thought I would have to call him to defend my boyfriend at the time. So I always say the universe works. You meet the right people at the right time. And so Naib Hassan represented him. Javon made bail. And I want the public to know that was the arrest, that he got arrested for the alleged incident of January 16th, 2022. So this is not even the September one.
Okay, so here we are at the video that we were talking about earlier that was
Right.
being circulated around on multiple social media platforms. So after September 11th, 2023, we get to New Year's Eve, great family function. Everyone's having a great time. A fake abduction gets called in. You guys are descended upon. He's arrested. And now this is for the footage that we saw from January 16th, 2022.
Correct.
And at this point in time, you didn't know that this video existed.
No, we found out at the, what is it? The bond arraignment?
Yeah, the bond hearing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we found out. And we still were like, but at that time, the state attorney's office didn't even show it to the attorney yet. You know, you got to have a hearing. So we were just like, what? Like, what video is she talking about? So we didn't know.
So you're sitting here, and even though you know that there is history of her surveillancing you, you guys had moved. And you thought that that problem was no longer a problem, but then you're getting followed, and now here we are. And boom, she couldn't get him arrested in September on the 11th. So now she made it work. So do you want to take this time to clear up that video? Because, you know, I did a breakdown of it. And of course, it was all speculation on my point. But like you, I've been forced to have to know how to spot AI, how to study it, how to see where it is. And from the second I saw that video, I knew it was messed with. I knew it was AI altered. I wasn't sure if it was you. You were wearing a COVID mask. And at that point in time, my intent was to make sure that people realized not whether or not I was right, but whether or not they could see the deception. So here we are. Do you want to clear that up, or do you want to wait till later?
I do want to clear it up because I think that we have been extorted, blackmailed, and everything for that. And it's really sad. So I think this is the perfect time to clear it up. So January 16th, 2022, I had COVID. I was wearing the mask because I was living with an immunocompromised elderly man, my grandfather's house. Javon was there. He was super sick that day, earlier in the day. We thought we had to take him to the hospital. He ended up feeling better, but he was severely sick because he has a stomach condition. He's comfortable with me sharing that, so that's why I'm sharing that. He has a really bad stomach condition. The witnesses were even helping take care of him. By witnesses, Milagros Garcia and Olga Sayas were in the home taking care of him when I was in the front of the house in another room, you know, with COVID.
Right.
He got better later on in the day and he seemed fine or whatever. I want the public to know I've been with him since I was 14 years old, very young, my first boyfriend, first kiss, first type of experience dating somebody. I'm also his first girlfriend, first experience dating somebody. And we've had to grow up with each other and learn each other and learn, like, how are you supposed to speak to somebody? How you're not supposed to be controlling with somebody, you know, the jealous thing, the college drama, like dating other people or flirting with other people. Normal life, right? Social media, like, oh, you're liking so-and-so's picture, or are you DMing her? All of that, right? Is normal, right? A lot of couples go through that, especially young. We were kids. In reality, we were kids. In that video, we were like maybe, I think, 21 or 22, so, or a little bit older, but we were in our early 20s. We've been together since 14. What I want to pinpoint, and I will give that to you to show, the video is 100% edited, 100% edited, and it doesn't show you the whole thing or the real thing.
Okay.
The video is me and is Javon, but that I want the public to know videos can be edited when people are in it as well. So I want everybody to know that. The video starts at the timestamp 10:16. You see those yellow lines ahead of it because she doesn't play or show you. Those yellow lines mean like that the camera picked up motion. That camera is motion recorded. It doesn't record. It wasn't recording all the time. So yellow means there's motion. So the lines that you see before the line that she plays at 10:16, it goes as long as 30 minutes and you don't see anything that happens. You're only seeing 10:16 to I think 10:18, like very quick. And you even see it skip, and you even see my pants change colors, and you see like
I pointed
blur.
all of that out.
Yeah, you see all of that, and you did amazing. You're the only person who's been able to point that out, by the way. And so you see all of that because it's edited. Now, what I want the public to know is an incident did occur, but it's not what you think, and that's why I'm here to clear it up. So Javon wanted to go home. He wanted to go to his mother's house. I was inside the house. I thought that he was lying. This is silly. It's immature. It's insecure. But I grew up very insecure. I had to learn how to love myself. I had to learn how to be in a relationship. So did he. We had to learn what's healthy, not to be, jealous or trust each other. It's just what came with growing up, unfortunately, relationship. So I accused him of wanting to see another girl. I was like, oh, you're not going to want to go. You feel better. You're not going to your mom's house. Like, I have COVID. I have to be in quarantine for 15 days. You're probably going to see somebody else. And he's like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Like, where are you getting that from? I was very much like that. I was very much like, oh, like, I didn't trust easily. And I think that comes with my background of abandonment issues, trauma, growing up with my parents, right? Being in a dysfunctional family. So I didn't really learn what a healthy relationship looks like. I didn't, in all honesty. And neither did he. He lost his father at a very young age, 10 months, to gun violence. And so he had to learn with me, like, what a healthy relationship looks like. So again, I went into the room. I'm pulling this is not on the camera, obviously. I'm pulling his bag, throwing his clothes. I'm like, you're not going anywhere. You're lying to me. He's trying to leave. It's a lot of that for like 20 minutes straight. I mean, and also there's witnesses in the house. They're seeing this. They're like, you guys need to relax. Just let him go, etc. The part of the video that she's reflecting that's edited is already 25 minutes after all the craziness happens and the witnesses are trying to calm me down because I'm pulling him and I'm like, you're not leaving, you're lying. He's like, you need to calm down. My brother-in-law texts me that he's outside to pick up his brother. So I leave. I go to open the door, and then the video starts at me coming out, and I grab a Swifter.
That's
Swifter.
what that was.
It was a Swifter, guys. It was a Swifter. I was using the Swifter originally to make sure I'm 6 feet apart from everybody because I was like, I don't want to get anybody sick. So the intention with the Swifter was always to use it as like okay, let me stay far away. I know it's crazy. But he starts, like, when you see the door open, this is edited. She didn't show this part. He opens the door to the room, and he's like sick. He's not feeling good. He sees me do this, like if I'm pulling up the switch. So he thinks, because in the house we do have BB guns, he thinks I got a BB gun and I was going to shoot him with a BB gun. So that's why you see the door closing, because he's closing the door. And what's funny is she doesn't produce audio, guys. She has audio, but she doesn't produce it. In the audio, he's like, don't shoot me, don't shoot me. And he's closing the door. I'm lifting it, and I'm like, what? Like, what is, like, but you're not seeing any of this in the video. And then the part that she edits where you see him rushing, he's not rushing to hit me or anything. He's rushing to run out of the door. And I grab the Swifter and I start hitting him in the head with the Swifter. And he lifts his hand to block the Swifter out of my hand and push me into the house so that I don't attack him. But the video is edited in a way that it looks like he's like launching to hit me in the face or something.
Which
but
is
that's
why
not the case.
that was the only part that was blurred. And that's what I was pointing out when I was doing the video breakdown. If this was a real time, there would have been no need for them to speed it up to almost 2 times the natural speed, because whatever was going on, they needed it to happen faster to make it look like this happened and this happened. It was sped up.
And it's so blurry in the sense that like you see my head drop and it's like they did it in a way so it looks like he possibly hit me. But no, he's going like this because the Swifter's here. He's going like this to block it from smacking him in the eye because I've already hit him like a couple of times now. And he's going to push, like to book it back. And then when she tries to like edit it that she's like shoving me in the house, no, he's like pushing me to go inside the house and he runs out of the house. And my brother-in-law's like, calm down. You guys need to reconvene. Like, and then what's crazy about it is my mother and his mother had a conversation with both of us and said, listen, if you guys are going to be together and you can't trust him and he wants to go home and you don't want him to go home because you're just thinking he's cheating or whatever, and you don't trust him, you can't be together. That's not healthy. That's going to lead to domestic violence. That's going to lead to him getting arrested as a black man.
Wow. Okay, wait a minute. Wait, all right, we got to pause because I really want people to get a decent understanding of the Class A gaslighting job that's being done here.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys have a couple spat. And by the way, give yourself a little bit of credit. You're taking care of an elderly person who's sick, who you love very much and you treasure all the time with. And you know that you could lose someone at any time. You have a boyfriend who's been in your life since forever, who is also sick, going through something. You're stricken with COVID. And from what you were telling me when we were talking during prep, you weren't feeling very good either. So
no,
you know,
I was not in my clear head. By the way, I had a 104 fever that in that video.
Oh, see, yeah, no, listen to me. Over 103.5, irrational behavior should be completely taken as a real thing. But at the end of the day, when all of this happened, both moms are on the phone saying, hey guys, this isn't good. This isn't healthy. This isn't this. Whoop-de-whoop-de-woo. Everyone was clear that Javon didn't do anything to you, and everyone was clear that you had a bad day and that the two of you needed to work on that. So this is January 16th, 2022. And now, New Year's Eve, 2023 going into 2024, he's being arrested for this?
Yeah. Shocker. We didn't even know she kept the video that she edited, because when our parents had a conversation, like they basically schooled us up. Look, things happen, whatever. Couples could have toxic moments, be jealous. But no, they wanted to nip it in the butt because they're like, that can turn ugly. So they gave us a speech, and then the good thing, COVID helped us in the sense that we have 15 days of quarantine. So we got space, we reconvened, and we're like, okay, we're never going to act that way. I'm not going to act that way. Like, we need to trust each other. We moved on, and that was it. That was the first time that ever happened. I'm embarrassed. He's embarrassed about it. But at the end of the day, it's the truth. And I don't want to lie. And I want to put it out there that it's a mixture of, us not knowing, ignorant, insecurity, me having my little abandonment issues, trust issues, him not knowing how to respond. At the end of the day, he was really just trying to defend himself and leave. So it was really, by the way, if they would have called the police, I probably would have been arrested, is the reality of it.
Which
That's why my mother was trying to sweep it under the rug and calm his mom down and calm everybody down. And so, yeah, we didn't know that she saved this and that this was going to be presented. That's 2022, like a whole almost 2 years later. January
20. Yeah, we're talking about definitely about 14 months.
Yeah,
it's a long time to hold on to something. And the thing is, if she wanted to have him arrested back in September, why didn't she show that video then either? She could have said that.
And let the record reflect, like, if she thought a man punched me in the head, we have text message and evidence and proof. She invited Javon to Turks and Caicos with my family for my brother's graduation, May 2022. We were on vacation for a week with her. Javon was buying her Valentine's Day gift. She was texting him, thank you, sweetie. I love you, this and that. Like, he was engaged. We went to Aspen. We went to the Super Bowl with her all after this incident in January.
My God. So, all right, this is a lot. So now here you are, Javon she finally managed to get a case on him. And she's got you two separated, or so she thinks. He bonds out. You stand by your man. You stand by, and let's be clear. What I'm hearing isn't just that you guys are in a relationship and that you're business owners together, but it kind of sounds like you're each other's best friend.
That's my best friend. That's how we met. We were actually just best friends. His friend wanted to get with me when we met. So we were best friends. I didn't even know that he liked me because he told somebody that I was like family to him. So I was like, ah. So we started off as best friends, really. So this is like my best friend. Like I told you when we talked offline, even if we weren't together, I still was gonna do the right thing and tell the truth, because wrong is wrong and right is right.
Yeah. So and now in the midst of all of that, so has any of this evidence of the unlawful surveillance, has any of that been presented to judicial? Has it been presented to the DA? I mean, and wait a minute, if I'm correct, because I wanted to make sure that we highlighted on this. When was it that TMZ called the DA about Javon's case?
Okay, so to fast forward, so Javon makes bail for the December arrest. His hearing was originally scheduled for February 5th, 2024. Out of nowhere, it gets postponed to February 23rd, and we don't know why. My investigative team found evidence through public records requests, because in the great state of Florida, you can get public records requests, and emails are considered public records. So this is not illegal, and I will provide this to you to put on your channel, just in case they try to come after you for something and claim that it's illegal when it's not. It's 100% legal evidence. We found out that the reason why Javon's hearing that was scheduled for February 5th for the December arrest, which was the first arrest, was rescheduled to the 23rd, because my mother, Desiree Perez, and an attorney by the name of Brett Schwartz falsely filed a notice to appear. He did, but I didn't know at that time. So he filed a notice to appear in the hearing in December. I didn't know at that time. It wasn't until after the hearing on February 23rd, we found out through evidence that basically the prosecutor, Lindsay Davis from the state of Florida, emails my mom, this is all on the record, and says, we do not have probable cause or enough evidence to charge Jaguar Hadley with anything. And so, Brett Schwartz, this man who files and pretends to be my attorney and tells the lawyers that he's representing me when he's not. I've never met this man in my life, but he's really my mom's attorney. Him and my mom forget that they blind copied the state attorney's office. So now we have their communications, and he's basically requesting for this prosecutor, Lindsay Davis, hey, can you extend his hearing to a later date so we can keep him on edge? And that's why Javon's hearing got scheduled to February 23rd. They already knew charges weren't going to be pressed. February 23rd, they did no action. They didn't press charges. Case was dismissed. But then on the email, they're telling the state attorney, yeah, postpone it to keep him on edge. And we're also going to work with the human trafficking team, because we're going to try to get him charged for felony human trafficking.
For who?
For Javon.
No, but I mean the charges for Javon. But who was he moving around?
Yeah, nobody. We own a landscaping business, and before that, he was working as a paralegal. We have no ties to human trafficking, no ties to anything. We're normal people. I work a 9 to 5. We have a business together.
It's like a bad guy scenario of let's throw every holy damnation at this person and see what sticks.
Yeah. So now they're CCing the human trafficking, the head of the human trafficking, which his name is Nicholas Chavez, I believe. I'll give you that record. They're CCing all these people requesting meetings with the human trafficking division to try to see if they can charge him on human trafficking. The case gets dismissed on the 23rd, February 23rd. And behind the scenes, we're not, we get these emails later on, but behind the scenes, They're going back and forth with the state attorney. They're meeting with the human trafficking division. Brett Schwartz is lying and saying he was my attorney. And then at that point in the emails, we discover that Brett Schwartz tells my mother, maybe if we hire a brainwashing expert or a doctor, we can have her committed. Essentially, so we can charge.
This is when, oh my God, okay. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
so on email, they're concocting, we can get him arrested with something else, charge him. She won't be able to testify, and we can have her committed, and then he can go to jail. That was the plan, and that's all on email where he says, what if we have her committed?
And this is an attorney that's doing this.
Yes, his name is Brett Schwartz, located here in Miami, Florida, and Desiree Perez. And she's sending all these emails with her Roc Nation signature.
So hold on. Okay. So now not only can we take everything that she's doing and say that there is verifiable evidence for all of it, but she's doing it under her company banners. These are company. Oh, this is terrible. It's just awful.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So now you're abusing your position to push. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. This is, oh my God.
So we think, okay, at that point,
Has she ever herself admitted that she's been doing this and using her resources from the company to do this to your life?
No, she'll never admit that. And that's why, you see the things being circulated with the lawsuits and stuff. She continues to say she's a concerned mother and was just trying to protect me and denies all of that. But again, the evidence speaks for itself. In this case,
you had said there was one point in time with your your Apple Watch, and it was pinging from a location that you were nowhere near.
That's the next thing. So we're right there at the timeline. So Javon gets out, wins basically February 23rd. Brett Schwartz and my mother and all these attorneys. And let the record reflect Alex Spiro from Quinn and Emanuel, Brett Schwartz, Laura Gass, Barbara Martinez, Wilfredo Ferreira, I can't pronounce his name, the U.S. Attorney for Human Trafficking, Jessica O. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'll give that to you. All these people are on an emailing the district attorney, Catherine Rundo, emailing the state attorneys, all trying to get Javon charged with something for months. And we have evidence of that. So, February 23rd, his thing doesn't go anywhere, his case. We're thinking we're fine. Fast forward to March 26, 2024. I get a call from my counselor who tells me, hey, there was a girl who came into my office when I was walking to the parking lot and tells me, are you Demoree's therapist? She's being and plays an audio in the parking lot for me. And my therapist goes, due to HIPAA, I cannot confirm or deny if somebody's my patient. Please leave me alone. I don't know who you are, but you need to leave my office. And she says that this woman plays an audio of a girl that sounds nothing like me saying, don't rape me, don't rape me. And then my therapist tells her, you need to leave, please. I don't know who you are. She immediately calls me and she goes, Demoree, I had this weird girl come into my office, play this. The audio sounded nothing like you. Like, what is going on? I'm at the gas station pumping gas after work. I'm like, what do you mean? Can you describe her? She described her, and I go, I know who that is. I sent her the picture. I said, is it this woman? She goes, yes. How do you know her? I go, that's Natalie Anderson, known as Natalie Love, an assistant at Roc Nation.
Oh my God. Oh, wow. Okay.
And so she goes to me, why would she do that? I go, my mother is nuts. I'm not sure, but thank you so much, Dr. So-and-so. Yeah. Thank you for bringing my attention. And I text her and I said, how dare you effing go to my therapist's office? Nobody's abusing me. Stop with the fabrication. And she put, I'm sorry. I heard a disturbing video and I'm worried for you, something like that. And I said, leave me alone. And I blocked her. And I have that text message.
Wow.
You guys will understand why that happened. The next day, we get a call from the business line. Somebody wants to do an estimate. Javon and I normally do estimates together, but that particular day, the universe had a different plan for us. He said, I'm tired. I got out late. Let's just cancel it. And I was like, no, I'll go ahead and do it because, again, we're new business owners. I'm trying to get as many. He goes, we usually do it together. Like, let's just cancel it. I'm like, Javon, I got it. I'll go. I can go by myself. It's fine. He goes, but it's a little bit far. Like, I go, it's okay. It might be a good opportunity. Let's go. You stay. You know, and usually I take my little dog everywhere in the carrier because nobody cares. So I'm like, I'm gonna bring her. He's like, just leave the dog. I'm like, God knew that the dog had to go with me to keep me calm and cool and collected. So I brought the dog. I go to, it's called the Royal Palm Yacht Basin in Dania Beach. And let the record reflect that one of the men that was there, James Fondo, his ex-wife owns that yacht basin. So that was no mistake for that location to be picked, where there was no witnesses or people that can intervene.
I know Dania Beach. I hang out on Dania Beach. It's one of those little places, you know, and it's not far outside of Hollywood, you know, so it's right there. And I would go there to go stargazing at night. You can do some awesome stargazing there. It's no, I'm very familiar, and I also know that that's an area that's very restricted, and it's one hand washes the other in those neighborhoods.
It took me an hour to get there. So I drove an hour because that's how far we live. I arrive, and when I get out, there's 2 police officers with guns, 3 men, a woman. And when I saw the police, I knew, oh, this is Desiree. Like, and so I get out the car and I'm like, what is this? What's going on? And then they're like, oh, we received a call from your mother and 2 witnesses that you tried to overdose the night before. And I'm like, what? I'm like, how did I try to overdose? Where is the police report? This concerned mother. Where's the ambulance report and the police report? Because nobody just survives an OD and doesn't go to the hospital. Like, you know, we have these rappers dying left and right for overdoses. So how am I alive? And where is the medical report and the ambulance report? Oh, your aunt and your family friend, Natalie Anderson, again, Roc Nation assistant. They said that they witnessed you the night before trying to kill yourself. And I said, how did they witness it if I haven't lived in the same house as my mother since 2016? And how did they witness it if I haven't spoken or hung out with any of these people since December 25th, 2023? So, and my mom is in New York. So how did that happen? And he goes, well, you know, they told me. I go, they're lying. You're being paid. Like, I'm not going for it. I'm not suicidal. I don't meet criteria. I don't do drugs. Let the record reflect, and my friends and everybody can tell you this. I don't drink. I have never drunk alcohol. I don't smoke, never done drugs. Growing up with parents who weren't around and who were in drugs really traumatized me that I grew up saying, I never want to do that. Like, I was so scared to do that because I was like, oh, like, I never want to put my kids through that, because I would see drugs as the thing that took my parents away from me. And so I always made a pledge to myself. I would never be involved in drugs. So extreme that I didn't even drink alcohol ever. All my friends in college could tell you this, Jag. I was the mom of the group. I was the designated driver. Everybody who knows Demoree doesn't drink. They were just like, man, this girl, she's just high off of life and good spirits and good energy, because I don't need any of that stuff to have a good time. I have a good time with myself, my energy, with my friends. I like dancing. I could go out dancing. I could do that, but I don't need a drink. I don't need that I don't even eat meat. So it's just like, and for me to take a Tylenol, I have to be sick. Like, I'm try to be natural, like very clean eater. So here's this man telling me this, and I'm like, no. And I'm like, and I have social work experience. You're not going to tell me I meet criteria. So you hear me in the video. I'm telling the police, where's the paperwork? I've never met this man. Who are these men? Like, you know, what is going on? Can you call your supervisor? No, we can't call your supervisor. If you don't go with them, you're going to be put into jail. I'm like, I'm accessing the situation. Your dog is going to go to the shelter. The truth is that my dog needed to be there, because if my dog wasn't there, I would have been put under arrest. What does that mean? I'm not saying that I would have, committed a crime, but the truth is I would have left and they would have had to arrest me to try to take me into a hospital. The dog and my dog's well-being is what I was prioritizing. So that's why when people were like, how are you so calm? I was like, you guys really need to thank my dog, because I love my dog and I was just trying to do what was best for her. So that's why I think the universe and God said that dog needs to go with her so that nothing worse could have happened. And I also, you got to understand, I don't want to feed into Desiree's narrative. I don't want to feed into the Kanye narrative that we see in Hollywood. Oh, she's crazy. That's why she's acting out. Look at her. Look at the body cam. And I wasn't going to give them what they want in that moment.
Well, that's smart on you. That's super smart on you.
Yeah, I already knew that.
Well, the thing is it seems as though you've been forced to have to learn these things to protect yourself from someone else's unwanted attention and unlawful attention. So here we are. And this is the part of the story where I really want to let you speak, because you're detained for absolutely no reason at all, for something that's completely not true. How did you make it through that situation?
Hello. How's it going? How's it going? I'm waiting for a car to go by. There's a girl driving it. She's like a kind of mentally unstable person. She's coming from Miami. She's driving over to Royal Palm Yacht Basin. I have a doctor, Dr. Boba from Hollywood Memorial Hospital, who's over there right now waiting for her to show up. Over where? At the Royal Palm Yacht Basin. Where's that at? The back. Oh, 600 block Northeast 3rd Street. Okay. We're just going to hopefully pull up when she gets there. Just want to stand by with her while he evaluates her. That's it. Okay, that's fine. So you want us to stand by? Yeah. Okay. Just don't want her to take off. Because she's... What if we have to act like legal scopes? Huh? She takes off, she takes off. Right? Well, he's going to bake her out.
People need to hear the whole thing. I say, she's the CEO of Roc Nation. She paid you. He's like, all doctors get paid. And I'm telling the police, do you not hear this?
So he's a private investigator. He's the one following the vehicle. Apparently, the one that was calling about kidnapping and forcing in another car is Auntie. Auntie's not here.
Javon and I had plans to take his nephews, well, my nephews now, right? And my mother-in-law to a farm called Pinto's Farm to celebrate the holiday here in Miami.
Is this your car? He's inside? You called?
No, the victim's aunt called.
It's all right.
He's inside right now with her. Inside the farm. I'm a PI.
Okay. I need to know what's going on here.
Okay. DV is pursuing this guy for a case.
How do we know that?
Because he had DV out there with them. DV tried to make contact with him yesterday. He refused to come out of the house. So the person you talked to on the phone was the aunt, this young lady right here.
He's inside.
Important to know that the kids were 2, 7, 9, and 10 years old at that when that happened. This is December 30th, 2023. We're on our way to Pinto's Farm.
Yay! Say hi! The person who's driving this car
Is inside.
is inside.
With female.
With the female, correct.
And the female is a victim of the DV?
Correct.
Who
Yes.
are you?
I'm a PI, private investigator.
Okay.
He's not the... You called?
No, the aunt called.
He's working for the aunt.
Right.
Okay. So what happened today? What did you observe today?
I didn't observe anything today.
Okay,
You're
so-
just calling because you're saying he's wanted?
Yeah, he's wanted by DV.
Okay.
Okay.
And the victim is the one that he's with.
Correct.
Okay.
It's a BB case.
And someone was saying that she's being forced in or out of the car.
Well, I don't know. That's was the aunt calling, so I have no idea.
So this is the subject?
Right. Javon, Javon.
So you say no case, right? You don't have access to the
No.
case?
I don't know. I don't have the case number.
Okay.
I'm trying to get a hold of the DV sergeant. He's not answering.
All right, cool. What's your name? man?
Jeff Brown.
All right, and you are PI for what's the company?
Let me see.
Obviously, guys, so like a contract.
Yeah.
So the aunt's not here. She's calling.
Correct.
Okay. You need to explain to your aunt that she cannot be
Well,
doing
it's
that.
not my aunt.
But she hired you.
Yeah, because I mean, I was doing a significant amount of speed,
I was as well.
and I could have got into an accident, die, or kill somebody for a lie.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
No, it's not so you can transfer to her.
She's not here so it is a lie.
Well, I'm just letting you know. Okay.
8 police officers show up and they grab me. I had to put the kids down. The kids are crying.
Let me take care of it.
What's going on? Wait, no. What is going on?
There.
Go get your grandma now. Go get your grandma now.
But stay back from me.
Retired former police officer Jeffrey Brown, and I'm naming it here because I'm not afraid of anybody, and they need to know that they're being held accountable for their participation in an orchestration of having my husband falsely arrested in front of kids. Jeffrey Brown says in the body cam, which I want the record to show in mostly all the police reports, my mother lies to police and identifies herself as Desiree Perez, my aunt.
So he's a private investigator. He's the one following the vehicle. Apparently, the one that was calling about kidnapping and forcing in another car is Auntie. Auntie's not here. Auntie's not here. Auntie's not here. This is the aunt of the female who's the victim of TV.
As we know, she is not my aunt.
Oh,
So
wait. Whoa. So now she's your aunt?
She's my aunt on police reports. So on this particular police report, you will see, and I will give that to you. We're not making it up. She identified herself as my aunt, and her name is on there, which is obviously not true. And in the body cam, Jeffrey Brown goes up to police and says, "Hey, I'm the one. I'm the investigator. The aunt called it in." And the police was like, "Wait a minute. We got a call saying that a girl was abducted. That's why we're going 90 miles and we all showed up here.
Huh?
Is anybody being abducted?" Yes.
So now
And this is all.
you're in taken.
So she calls police, which it'll say anonymous caller, but guys, we're all smart. The call on the incident report says anonymous caller, but Jeffrey Brown goes up to the police officer, and the police officer goes, "We got a call in about a girl getting abducted. Is she really abducted? Like, this is why we all showed up here. Like, we could have died. We were going 90." And he's like, "No, it wasn't me. It was the aunt that called it in." And he's like, "Well, you need to tell the aunt," this is the officer, "you need to tell the aunt that she cannot do that." What?
And just to be clear, Jeffrey Brown, is he law enforcement or just an investigator?
He's just the PI. He used to be former law enforcement here at Miami-Dade Police.
And so why did he stop being a cop to become a private investigator?
Shame on you for orchestrating and basically assisting my mother in lying about an abduction and not telling police, until they show up. And then he pulls up I think it's called a PC, which is like the document that they need to arrest somebody, like a warrant, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, "Well, so she's not being abducted, so why were we caught? What's going on?" And he's like, "Oh," you hear him in the body cam, "Oh, the you know, the girl, she's being abused by the boyfriend, and the detective put like a PC alert for his arrest. So just a little background, when they, and my investigator knows best about this, so when they like issue like, I guess, a warrant or a PC, that means like if officers spot you or if they see you, they can arrest you.
Yeah.
Right. But that's like if, you know, they come across you, or if like if you turn yourself in, etc.
Right.
Police weren't looking for him. Like they didn't know we were at the farm. The reason why they called and lied about the abduction is because she wanted him to get arrested that day in front of the kids and ruin our New Year's Eve. That was intentional. Yes, that was intentional, because he says, oh, we have a PC for his arrest. The detective just put it in yesterday and he's here. And the police was like, well, you called saying it's an abduction. Like, yeah, we can arrest him because we happen to be here now because you guys lied, but you're not supposed to be doing that. Like, you know, we stormed out of here. And so you
they
see
arrested him.
Yeah, they did. They arrested him because they were there. But it's like, he probably wouldn't have gotten arrested. Like, the thing is, obviously it's wrong that he got arrested, but we would have preferred him to get arrested any other day. Like, why did you have to traumatize the kids? These are children. Like, the street code is no kids, no women. Like, we all speak the same language. There's a code in the street world and in the professional world. Like, don't involve kids. Come on. Like, these are children. I had a 2-year-old in my hand. Like, it's not cool.
Do you want to know what's even worse? You're her child.
Yeah,
she was traumatizing you too.
But people need to hear the whole thing.
Hopefully pull up when she gets there. Just want to stand by with her while he evaluates her. That's it.
Okay, that's fine. So you want us to stand by?
Yeah. Just don't want her to take off. She's... Huh? Well, he's going to bake her out. He's there. He's the doctor. He's baker acting.
How long or?
She's on her way. She should be. She just got off 595, so I'm waiting for her car to drive. She's driving a Mercedes, so I'm waiting for her to drive by. And
I say, she's the CEO of Roc Nation. She paid you. He's like, all doctors get paid.
And I can't request another doctor since you were called by my mother.
Hey, listen,
I'm just asking.
any doctor that you go to, you have to pay money to, right?
I'd rather pay.
If you go to OBGYN, you have to pay the money.
That's fine.
No
I can
sees
pay
you
any
free.
doctor. I don't like the conflict of interest.
And I'm telling the police, do you not hear this?
They're here for
Prevent me from making it in.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a psychologist who's call right now. So do you want to speak to my doctor? You can stay up.
Airport deputy looking for,
I have both of them.
Well, I have my doctor. Okay, well, I have a psychologist that I can call last week to tell you I have had totally tough. And there's nothing against my father right now. And then, what can I do to change? So, can you speak to my doctor that I have been news so that you can bother that I'm fine? Oh, he holds the gate on the other side.
Who are you guys? Sorry. Who are you guys? So we're a mobile crisis team working with Dr. Bogan College Hospital. Okay, we go out here, routinely conduct these mobile crisis things. What the goal is right now, he's going to pay for after we're going to transport her. If she doesn't, then we have to work on plan B. Most often, people have to go with us, so we either get handcuffed and get the car, you guys probably transport the Hot more anyway, but usually our closest receiving facility is not.
No, she wants to speak to the police officer.
I call my doctor, who I was, started with recounting the same once a month, like for life and stuff like that, and whatever. And I tell her, this is what's happening. She talks to him. That's why you see him walking away, and I'm following him. He's like, you need to stay here. I'm like, why? Like, why do I need to stay with you? Like, I'm trying to listen to what he's saying. And she's telling him she doesn't meet criteria. She's never been suicidal. I've been seeing her for the last 3 years. She doesn't have a mental illness. She's not on drugs. And he's like, what you guys don't hear is he says, come on, you got to help me here. The mom wants me to get this done. You got to help me here. She's like, I'm not helping you.
I'm not. He's a doctor.
Yeah,
That's
but
not,
she's my
ma'am,
doctor.
I'm not a doctor. He is.
Okay, but you're saying you're going to detain me.
Ma'am, allow him to do his job so we can do this the easy way. Please let him speak.
Can I ask you?
Yes.
Legally, I have no history of any mental illness, so why can't I go?
Ma'am, I'm not a doctor. I've never met
Okay,
you
but
in my
they're
life.
saying
Let
that,
him do his
that I will
job.
go to jail if I don't go with
We
you.
didn't say anything about
Oh, so I
about
can
jail.
go home.
No, at the end you're gonna go to a hospital and you're gonna get checked out.
I don't have to go to any hospital. I have a doctor. I
Okay,
have no
let the
history,
doctor
right?
speak then. Give it a second. Wait up. I don't know you.
Oh my goodness. Is this the type of, like, how is this possible?
Ma'am, you're asking 100 questions that I don't have the answers to. Relax.
So legally, I can't go home.
No,
No.
you're not.
Why?
Because you're being Baker active.
How am I being Baker active?
If the doctor deems that.
He's not my doctor. He's never seen me in my life.
Okay.
That's not legal. How is that possible?
That's the mobile crisis unit. They can do that.
This is Dr. Bobar, Daniel Bobar, the chief of Memorial Regional Hospital, lying, saying that he comes back and he tells the police, oh, the doctor said she only knows the information that Demoree tells her, but Demoree doesn't allow her to speak to anybody else. Like insinuating that my doctor said to do it. But I tell the police, talk to my doctor. Please talk to her. They refuse to talk to her. They said, he's a doctor.
What's the word, sir?
We're gonna take her. I have 3 different collateral sources of information that say that she's been acting psychotic, that she threatened to overdose yesterday. The psychologist is admitting to me that the only information that she has is from her, because she will not allow the psychologist to speak to anyone else.
Let the record reflect they didn't ID Dr. Bobar, they didn't ID James Fondo, they didn't ID Jessica Caddy, and they didn't ID Stephen Caddy. And then they lie. Jessica Caddy, Stephen Caddy, and James Fondo all work together and own a company called Sig9, which is a private investigation company and security company.
Sig9, or Security Investigations Group, is owned by James Fondo, Steve Caddy, and Jessica Caddy. Steve Caddy was a contracted security provider and consultant to the Miami Dolphins, and Jessica Caddy has 20 years experience in the security industry. Mr. Fondo once supervised the Broward County Sheriff's Office Homeland Security Unit, and he was also involved in an incident that was caught on the TV show Cops, where Fondo was filmed dropping a bag of controlled substances, allegedly, suggesting that he planted evidence. This led to an internal affairs perjury investigation. Fondo testified he saw 4 men huddled around a bench in Dania Beach. He claimed he saw them preparing the controlled substances for distribution, and he saw one of them drop a plastic bag. As he made the arrest, Fondo was being tailed by a cameraman from the TV show Cops, which was filming its first season in Broward County. The cameraman filmed Fondo dropping the bag. The clip was used as evidence in the trial, and charges were dropped for 3 of the 4 men. Another incident in 1989, where Fondo was involved in a separate false arrest case. Fondo signed an affidavit claiming a man purchased a controlled substance in the reverse sting operation. Turns out, the man was riding on a Greyhound bus at the same time. The case was settled out of court, and the department paid the man $35,000.
They lie and they tell police that they are there as a mobile crisis unit for Memorial Hospital to assist Dr. Bobar in transporting me. Memorial Hospital does not have a mobile crisis unit. Those investigators admit on body camera that they planted a tracker on my car and tracked me there to Dania Beach.
Well, I'm saying she's heading over here right now.
Pinging her, or
Yes, they have a GPS on her. So she should be driving by any minute.
And conspired to abduct me in a vehicle with Dr. Bobar, and police didn't ID not one person, didn't review any paperwork because there was no paperwork. They didn't verify anything. They just went with what this man was saying.
The doctor's made a determination. He wants to take you in for evaluation, right? You can come with me and the young lady right there. You won't be restrained. You won't be handcuffed. We'll drive you to the hospital. We'll take the dog with you. We can make arrangements to get to the hospital. As old family member of yours, you can turn the dog over to her or anybody you say, right?
She just told me that I don't have, that you're doing an evaluation. If you see that what she sees, that I'm not a harm to myself, that I can go home today.
Okay, so you can petition the court otherwise.
That's right.
So today you're
So
not.
I can go home today,
Please
correct?
go to the hospital.
You're gonna go to the hospital
If-
first.
If the evaluation turns out fine, then I can discharge.
But we
You
gotta,
can discharge me.
we gotta get started.
James Fondo says, just ask your sergeant, ask your chief, like name dropping. Call them if you have any questions. I used to work at Broward Sheriff's Office.
Appreciate you guys' time.
Yeah, of course.
Let the chief know, would you?
Huh?
Let the chief know, would you?
What's that?
Let the chief know, would you?
What district were you in before?
All over. All over. That's an original danger policeman you're looking at there. Because he actually was a danger cop before both you guys were born. Before you were born. That's what I said, before you were born. I used to go to Tugboat Andy's, get drunk every Sunday night.
Okay. You guys ex law enforcement too?
Yeah.
Oh, all you guys?
I was.
Basically showing exactly what we know to be true. Desiree Perez, Roc Nation, made phone calls to police officers in Broward Sheriff's Office, sergeants, higher up chiefs to orchestrate my false arrest or detainment or commitment and my abduction. And that's all on body worn camera.
Oh my God. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot. And so then you're taken in, you have to go through intake, and they're testing you to see if what you're being held there for is legitimate. And you're like, please test me. I remember listening to you say that at some point.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. This is the part I get a little bit emotional
I
because
understand. Take your time.
this is the part that like, so he takes me to the intake room by himself. Like, there's no nurse with me. So he comes, closes the door, and I'm like, I need another doctor. He's being bought. My mom's the CEO of Roc Nation. I'm begging. And they're like, because he has a Baker Act form and he's the one who committed you, he has to be the doctor to assess you. And I'm like, well, I need to speak to whoever's in charge. Like, Memorial Regional Hospital in Hollywood, Florida is a big hospital. You guys have to have somebody who can come. And I'm telling you, this guy was bought. It's a conflict of interest. I don't want him to assess me. And they're like, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. He comes into the room, closes the door. He pulls his phone out and he says, what is this video? And he plays the video from January 16, 2022. He goes, your mother sent me this. And so I go, I do not have to answer any questions about an alleged domestic violence incident that you're claiming occurred that my mother texted you. Show me the evidence that I'm a danger to myself and show me that an evidence that I'm a drug addict. Why can't you show me? Because you ran my test and you know they're negative. Legally, you need to let me walk out of here because Baker Act, you can't Baker Act somebody for an alleged domestic violence. If that was the case, the whole world would be Baker Acted.
That part.
Let's be real. So, like, you're not going to play me. Now that you show me the phone and the video, I know that you're in communications with my mother in an unethical way. So you need to let me out of here. Oh, well, you might have a mental illness that you're hiding. So we're going to keep you here overnight to make sure you're not performing. I said, what? I told him in that room, I'm going to sue the shit out of you is what's going to happen. I'm going to sue the shit out of you because you are going to keep me here against my will with no evidence. Okay. You want to do that? Okay. Whoa, what's wrong? He goes, you seem like a smart girl. You seem like, that's what he was talking to me. You seem like a smart girl. I go, no, I don't seem like a smart girl. I am smart. And you're being bought by my mother. I didn't receive $1 from your mother. I'm like, okay. I'm like, you're not going to get me to come out of character. So I feed into you and Desiree's narrative. I'm not doing that. I said, you're not going to let me go. Okay. You're not going to let me go. And so I then get moved to the, it's like the unit before the psych ward where they medicate people essentially who need it. He orders for me to be medicated with Benadryl, Tylenol, and some other medication that doesn't even go, because what originally the diagnosis on the Baker Act was psychosis, hallucinations, and attempted OD.
Oh my God.
That was the first thing on the Baker Act form. Then when I got in there, he added schizophrenia.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and then when I'm on the floor, first of all, you don't send Benadryl to people with schizo. Like,
yeah,
Benadryl is to make you drowsy and sleepy. That's what he wanted to do, to make me sleepy. So the nurses and the ER doctor, God bless her soul, they were like, your talk screens are clean. What's happening? I tell them the whole story, and they're like, we're not giving you no medicine. I want to put it on the record. I didn't get medicated because the nurses and the other doctors were like, this girl, like, something is up. Like, they were paging him, calling him. They were documenting, which was, I'll give you the medical records. She's fine. Clear signs. The nurse even called Javon for me. And I could put her name out there. Pam Anderson, Nurse Pam Anderson from Memorial Regional Hospital. Salute to you. She showed me. I didn't know the amount of lies. She showed me that the Baker Act was saying extensive drug addiction. And she's like, this makes no sense. Who is your mother? I said, my mother is the CEO of Roc Nation. She's like, oh, now this is making sense. And she's like, she's calling Jovan. She's like, I'm going to try to help her. So she's putting a paper trail for me. The ER doctor's calling him. He's ignoring people's pages. He's ignoring people's calls. And everybody's like, we don't know what to do, but we're not going to medicate you. I'm in a room with a man who just stabbed 6 people, a heroin addict to my left, and another man who tried to rape somebody and kill himself, and an officer watching all of us. So I'm there, and I'm like preparing myself for what's possibly about to happen when I go up to the psych ward. I'm like, Jesus Christ, like, get yourself together, Demoree. You got this. Be strong. Like, I'm talking to the Javon from the nurse's phone. Like, they're trying to get this Dr. Bobar. They're trying to get in touch with people, but nobody comes. Nobody comes. And now I'm being taken to the psych ward, and they're telling me, okay, you should be able to leave tomorrow. Maybe he's just, the maximum that they can keep you in the state of Florida is 72 hours for Baker. You're supposed to be released after 72 hours. That's the max hold. I go into the psych ward. It's men and women. They don't separate you. They strip me of my clothes. I'm in a gown. They take away phones, everything. The nurse there, Nurse Andy, God bless his soul, said, I'm going to put you in a room next to me and the camera so I can watch you, because you can't close the door here, and because you have some dangerous people on this floor. So I'm going to look out for you. Because they believed me. They knew, like, this is not right. And then they were telling me that Dr. Bobar had connections to the FBI and had connections to high, powerful people, and that my story didn't seem far-fetched, that he was paid and who my mother was. So they were already like, okay, this girl's telling the truth. So they were trying to look out for me. They told me try not to fall asleep. So now I'm in hospital gown in a floor with men and women.
Some dangerous
place. Like, trying to keep myself together, because I'm like, if I cry, it's going to feed into the narrative that I'm crazy. If I yell, it's going to feed into the narrative that I'm crazy. I can't fall asleep because I don't want to get raped in this facility, because a lot of people get sexually assaulted in these places. I didn't sleep for the 3 days that I was there. I didn't sleep. I didn't eat. I didn't trust the food. The nurse was giving me packaged crackers and forcing me to eat. Nurse Maria, God bless her soul, she was like, listen, eat some crackers, because if he writes on your chart that you're not eating, it's going to feed into the narrative. So just eat some crackers. Like, they were allowing me to use the phones to get an attorney, to call Javon, to come up with an escape. I was advocating, like, just constantly. I asked to speak to the supervisor of the hospital, the clinical social worker. Nobody could stand up to this Dr. Bobar. So I was stuck there. Another doctor, Dr. W, Dr. Cohen, did a psychiatric evaluation, found me to not be a threat to myself, found me with no diagnosis. She literally just said, patient is here due to Baker Act diagnosis, which Dr. Bobar wrote. But She's like, to me, you don't have this. But because it's a Baker Act, I have to put it, but you don't have that. And she put that in her notes. And so at one point, Dr. Bobar comes into the room, and I asked Nurse Maria to stay as a witness. And he's like, so are you going to admit that you're being abused yet? And I was like, you cannot Baker Act me and have me in here for an alleged DV. You and my mother are working together, and I know you're getting paid. You need to let me go, or you are going to regret this, because I will take legal action. And then he's like, no, we still need to watch you because you could be performing. I'm like, I am not performing. And then he's like, well, what's the rush? If you don't have anything, you can leave. What are you missing out on? You don't work. You don't have a job. That's how I knew he was in communication with my mom, because I forgot when Javon won his case and made bail in January, I was fired by a Iconic creative agency with no explanation whatsoever. And I have proof of that. And then they gave me a gag order to try to say you won't receive your paychecks unless you sign this, which means like you can't take legal action or speak out on the company. I was like, I'm not signing nothing. I went 2 months without getting paid. It wasn't until I made a threat to hire a lawyer that they wired me payments that I was owed. They didn't pay me for 2 months to try to force me to sign a gag order. Liz Frahella and Benny Frahella from Iconic Creative Agency. I want to put that on the record. Obviously, my mom told them to fire me because they thought I wouldn't be able to afford to live or to, help my husband with his legal case and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I got fired 1 week after from Iconic Creative, 1 week after Javon made bail. So just want to put that out.
Just to pull the rug right out from underneath you.
Pull it out. So he tells me, you don't have a job. So I already knew. Oh, she told you about Iconic.
How would you know that, sir?
How did she know that I got fired from Iconic if she wasn't in contact with Iconic? So I go, oh, so thanks for proving my point that you and my mom know about Iconic. I go, but at that time, what they didn't know is I already got a job as a social worker for unaccompanied children. So they didn't know that. I already got hired. I was already working there. And so I go, I do have a job. And thanks for confirming that you're in communication with my mom. He's like, I told you I didn't get paid. I didn't get paid. And then he starts telling me, oh, you think you're smart. You think you're this. Like, let me keep it together. I'm sorry. Like verbally, verbally trying to bring me down and like make me feel inferior when I'm already feeling inferior in this hospital, not sleeping, not eating. I remember like one night I threw up from the hunger and the acid in my stomach. I was cleaning like with my hands, like just clean. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness.
Listen to me. Number one, take your time. Number two, you're doing great. Number three, everything that you're telling me, I've experienced myself. So I want you to just remember that God was with you. Your bravery is what got you here. And it's so that you could tell this story, because a lot of people don't want to believe that these things happen to real people. They think they're things that just happen in movies, but this is real life for some of us. So whether or not anyone has told you, and I'm sure people in your life that love you have, we're very proud of you for your bravery. And we thank you for having the courage to share your story.
I appreciate that. Okay, so I'm like cleaning the bathroom because in my head I'm like, man, if this man sees that I'm throwing up, he's gonna use it as an excuse that I'm sick and I have to stay here longer. So I'm like cleaning so that nobody notices the vomit with my hands and the napkins and trying to hide any evidence that could appear that I'm sick, because I don't want him to keep me there longer. Like, I'm like, I don't want to be here. I don't deserve to be here. Like, I don't know what else to tell you people. Like, and it sounds crazy when you're in a psych ward telling people I'm a social worker. I don't do drugs. My mom is lying because she wants to separate me from her boyfriend. So a lot of people are like, oh, like, she's sick, whatever. But thankfully, like, some of the people did believe me in there. And so I'm like trying to like stay together, advocate for myself. And then finally comes the day that I'm supposed to be released. And here comes Dr. Bobar marching in, and he treated me horribly, like talked to me like shit. Like, you don't have a job. You don't have anywhere to go to. Why are you worried? Like bringing me down to get me to react. That's why I was like, you're not going to get a reaction out of me. You're not. And even Nurse Maria told the supervisor, he spoke to her horribly. She's not making this up. I was in the room. He did it in front of the
bully.
Bobar, the disgusting bully, the abuser. He was verbally abusing me, to be honest with you. So when it's 5 o'clock, which is the time to be released, he comes in and he goes, "Oh, you're not being released. The judge just signed a marchment order." I was like, what is a marchment? Like, this is the first time I'm learning about I'm like, what is a marchment order? And he's like, it's basically a court-ordered document signed by the judge saying that if you leave here, they can detain you and put you in prison. You're being transferred to a rehabilitation facility for drug addiction.
With no drugs in your system.
Exactly. So I'm like, I'm asking for the supervisor. I'm asking for the head of, I'm telling them, can you check if that seal is real? Because how did my mom get a judge to sign a marchment order in 24 hours? Like, and isn't there a due process? Doesn't there have to be a hearing if my talk screens are clean? Like, how are they making this happen? Drug addiction. And I'm reading the affidavit, which I will provide to you. And it's saying that I was stealing prescription drugs from my grandmother. That I was getting high, that Javon was raping me with men, trafficking me, that I had schizophrenia, psychosis, hallucinations, like just a whole bunch of lies. And now they're telling me you're being marchment acted. If you leave, you'll be put under arrest. And so at that point, I'm like, I'm like, what? Where am I going? A rehab facility? Like, what is going on? So then Broward Sheriff's Office comes and they handcuff me and they put me in the back of a car and they take me to Life Skills in Deerfield Beach, which let the record reflect Dr. Daniel Bobar is the chief of Life Skills Deerfield Beach. And when I arrived, they told me, "We are full. How did you get a placement in this facility?" And I was like, because my mom paid Dr. Bobar, and I was advocating. And I even asked, I said, I need another doctor. I need to speak to your chief. I don't have anything. This is a lie. This is being orchestrated. I have no drugs in my system. And so the Marchment Act, usually within 48 hours, I believe it is, you're allowed to be released if you don't meet criteria, unless a judge signs off for you to stay. What happens 10 minutes into me getting to Life Skills? My mom serves me, a court processor serves me with a court-ordered petition where the judge says I have to stay there 14 days until my hearing.
Yeah. I've been there. That sucks. But you made it through.
Yeah. I'm like, this is insane. So I go through the intake. I'm telling them, I'm advocating. This is all on the notes. But they tell me you're just going to have to wait. So at that point, hired an attorney. I was ordered to go to AA classes. I was ordered to go to withdrawal classes. They didn't even have room in the facility, so they put me on the men's side of the rehab facility. And I was staying with two women who were both surviving heroin addicts, and one who tried to who actually successfully shot herself and survived. And they didn't have room for me, so I had to sleep in a room that was like supposed to be like a cleaning room. They pulled out a bed there and they put me there because it was at max capacity. So it's just more proof that Dr. Bobar got paid to put me there, because there was people that was on a wait list for years to get into that facility, and I just happened to show up and be let into the facility. Like, no. And so, yeah, no. Just like that, with a phone call. And so luckily I was able to get another doctor. Her name is Dr. Despina. I told her what was going on. She believed me. She's like, I have to put on the notes, what the Marchman says, because it's court ordered. But, I was calling Javon. I was calling my lawyer. I was defending myself. But I had to attend all these drug rehab classes. Like, mind you, somebody never drank alcohol, and I'm over here and listening to people pass a coin saying that they're 30 days sober. And I'm like, what is people saying? I mean, I witnessed when I was there. It's the scariest thing, being served. You're with cameras 24/7. You can't have the doors closed. People are watching you when you eat, when you sleep. You're with all these addicts. it's very traumatizing. I witnessed a girl trying to kill herself there. She cut her thighs multiple times. The ambulance had to come. Somebody got sexually assaulted by a dumpster while I was there in the facility. It was horrific, the things that I saw, and I had to like suck up while I was
I
there.
have to ask you this question right now in the midst of all of this. This is all traumatizing. We both know that. The funny thing is all of the things that they lied about you being in there, they forced you to have to witness them, be around them, experience them. Like, this is so traumatic. Did you ever think your mother was capable of putting you through this?
No, I felt that was the worst experience of my life by far. To lose your freedom, to lose your rights, to feel like no one's listening to you, to lose your voice, to be I was scared. Like, I'm not from the streets. I've never been around drug addicts. Like, it's not to throw shade on them, right? Because they're sick and they're there to get help, but it's freaking scary to be around people who are experiencing withdrawal. It's very like scary.
It's whatever you went through during COVID to the 80 millionth power. These are people who are suffering, who can't even, anyone could have snapped, and you could have been forced to either become a victim of that or just a witness to it. Either one is traumatizing. And I all I can tell you is I know that God has his hand on you. Because I know what it's like to make it through that. And you handled it brilliantly. Brilliantly.
Yeah. I didn't want to feed it. What she wanted to do was break me. That's what she wanted to do. And I wasn't going to give her that luxury. I was not going to allow her to break me. I was not going to feed into Dr. Daniel Bobar's narrative or her narrative. I wasn't going to be silenced or intimidated. I just kept advocating for myself. And in every session, advocating and saying why I was there and that I was falsely accused. And you'll see that in the notes because I knew it. There was a paper trail. So I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna speak up, and there's gonna be a paper trail to back up what I'm saying, and the judge is gonna see it. So that's all I kept doing. Like when they would force me, and then they're like, if you don't participate, that it looks bad. So what did I do? I participated in anything. I started signing up for things I didn't even have to sign up for. I was going to everything. I was going to like yoga for like tremors. Like I was going for everything.
Did you do the painting class? Did they have a painting or art class?
I think they did. I did like a sound bath class. Then I did like I did everything. Like they were like, you don't have to go to this. I'm like, oh, I'm going to everything. I'm gonna prove what's wrong with me, and I'm gonna make sure to tell my story. It was funny because then the people who actually needed help started coming to me and asking me for advice. And then at some points people thought I worked there. And so the people were like, she doesn't work here. You guys are not supposed to be going up there. Like, that's how bad, like the staff there, they believed me. I mean, I'm never going to forget this man. And I want to give him credit because this is why I knew I was protected by God. He said to me, he knew my story, and he was a staff member that worked there, an older gentleman, Haitian man. And he said, his name was Claude. He said, Demoree, you never have to, my mother-in-law always says this too, you never have to defend the truth. You don't have to defend the truth. He was like, God is the judge. Jesus is the lawyer, and the Holy Spirit is your witness. And he's like, you might have gone through this because God probably wanted to put you on your knees and restore your faith. He wanted to test you. And maybe this had to happen for you to restore your faith in him, and for you to change things, to change policies in the big crack, to change. Maybe this is what you had to go through. And him telling me that woke me up, because for a very long time, I lost a little bit of faith in God when I saw a 9-year-old lose his mother to the pandemic. I didn't understand, like, why did this kid had to lose his mom? Like, why? She was only 34. Like, why, God? Like, I didn't understand that. And so for a while, I wasn't praying as much. I didn't really have faith. I'm going to be honest with you. And so it wasn't until I was in that situation. Every night I would get on my knees in the room where I was at. Yeah. And I would pray to God and I would say, God, I am sorry. I am sorry for not believing you, but now I'm at your mercy. This is my freedom. I need your help. I need you to guide me. And God pulled through for me because I got out of there. I was able to hire a lawyer. Thanks to my husband, I was able to hire a lawyer. And then this is very important that the world needs to know that she probably doesn't want to expose, and I'm going to expose it here.
Okay.
I got a visit from the feds while I was in there, Homeland Security.
Oh.
Yeah, I got a visit from the feds when I was in there on April 4th, 2024. I'm already traumatized. I'm already in a rehab facility, and you're going to bring the feds to come see me? Like,
oh, wow.
So now Dr. Despina is like, the feds are here to see you. They want to interview. I was like, I'm not talking to anybody without an attorney present. She's like, this is the best advice she gave me. She said, Demoree, if your mother is falsely accusing Javon and she's involving Homeland Security, why don't you just go in, hear what they have? Don't talk to them. Just hear what they have. Because you can use that to fight for Javon. Mm-hmm. So just hear them. I'll go in with you. And that was the best advice that woman gave me, because we went in, I sat down, there was two federal agents and the U.S. attorney, Jessica O. Mm-hmm. With her laptop, the two federal agents, Agent Christian Locurto, Agent Isaiah Pettyfeather, and U.S. attorney for human trafficking, Jessica O. I can't pronounce her name. I'll give that to you.
Okay.
Sit me down. They flip a computer and they present a slideshow. The slideshow that's very similar to the slideshow that Alex Spiro presented to the Shade Room on the Tory Lanez case.
Oh, wow.
And so they go, your mother told us that you're being human trafficked, labor trafficked, abused, and forced to work. And you've been raped. And I'm like, what? Like,
oh my God.
So I go, none of that is true. And then they're like, well, you know, we're told that he's also controlling your finances and forcing you to do this and this and this. I gave them my bank statements. I was like, Javon and I go 50-50 on anything. We go 50-50. I was able to provide them. I'm like, nobody is stealing money from nobody. He makes more money than I do. And that's not the case. Then they're like, oh, well, she said that he's forcing you to work the business. I go, what? You mean like forcing me to cut grass? Like, what? I was like, I've never been on a lawnmower in my life. I've never been out there in the field. Like, I do the marketing for the business and I schedule calls. Like, and they go, okay, well, we have a video of you being raped. I said, what?
Okay.
A video of me being raped, audio. I said, audio. So my mother heard me getting raped, didn't do anything, didn't come to kill him, because any parent would want to kill somebody who witnesses their child being raped on audio. So I said, is this the audio that they played for my doctor in the parking lot? Go ahead, play it. They play the audio. It sounds nothing like me. Okay. And the girl's like, don't rape me. She's like, yes, your mother's claiming you were raped by 2 men. I said, 2 men? I said, listen, I'm a lucky person. I've never been raped. So I'm going to put that on the record. That's not me. So you're like, so they're saying the audio was manipulated? I said, yes. I said, what's the rest of the evidence? They show me pictures of alleged abuse marks, bruising, this and the other. I got chills and I started crying, John.
Oh, wow.
And they're like, why are you crying? And I'm like, I'm not crying because this is me and this happened to me. I'm crying because I am witnessing how evil Desiree Perez is to submit fake evidence of abuse to the Department of Homeland Security to try to accuse my boyfriend at the time, now husband, of human trafficking. This is the prime example of racism and the history of Emmett Till and all these white women calling police and accusing black men of crimes they didn't do. This was what was playing in my head. Like, I was like, oh my God. And so for the people who say you can't be racist if she's dark skinned and my dad's black because he's Dominican and she works with Jay-Z, that is not true. You can be, let me say this, and I'm going to say this very lightly. There is racism between Black and brown people. We see Cubans who are Black, who think they're white and are racist towards African Americans. We see Indians who are racist towards African Americans. We even see Black people from Africa who are racist to people here in the South who are Black.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have, inner racism within our culture of Black and brown people. So I wanna make that a thing. People look it up, research. I studied sociology. Jag knows this.
Yeah.
Because they think it's like, no way she's racist. Yes, she is. Why? Because why are you, all of this power and control, calling him the NIGGE word and doing all of this, and just things I've heard personally her say, it's racist. So I'm crying. I'm telling them this is wrong. And so I'm like, can I get my phone? I get my cell phone. One by one, I debunk each picture that she submits. She submitted a photo of when I got my wisdom teeth pulled out in 2016 in high school. She was there for the surgery. Luckily, the iPhone pins the date, the time, and the location. And I called my dentist. They gave Homeland Security the record that reflects that I did get surgery that day for all 4 wisdom teeth. And she told Homeland Security that the photo was a photo of me that Javon knocked my teeth out. But the photo, I took a picture because I used to blog, like to say, guys, look how swollen my face is from my wisdom teeth.
Yeah.
And she did that as evidence that Javon knocked my teeth out. Then there was another photo of, when I was cooking at the University of Connecticut and I burned myself and I went on live. She edited the audio off of my Snapchat and she submitted the burn like of it to say he burned me. And that leads to how I found out the phone. So March 24th, before the Baker Act, I had evidence that my phone was tampered with. I was on a jog and Javon literally said, your location is pinning to Roc Nation. And my best friend called me, your location is pinning to Roc Nation. I said, what? I opened my Find My and I see it says iPhone 2 has the Roc Nation's address. And I'm like, iPhone 2? I don't have a second iPhone. And why am I pinning to Roc Nation when I'm here in Miami? Screenshotted it. I contacted Apple, reported it. Even my Apple Watch was pinning to that. And long and behold, I go into my iCloud account and I see that all my data was downloaded to an iPhone number 2 at Roc Nation's address. It was labeled iPhone 2 and that they had all my information. I reported it to Apple. I had to get the iCloud deleted, make a new one, report the watch. I did all of that.
Makes perfect sense how your being detained at Dania Beach was able to happen because that God knows what all they were manipulating in your phone. And all of this came from the Roc Nation headquarters.
Exactly. She was doing that, dumping it, doing phone dumping, all of that there. So I was able to get a new iCloud and a new phone. So to answer your previous question, I found out March 24th, 2024, that my phone was compromised. But luckily, Apple, and with my iCloud and receipts, which I will provide, it'll show that she has had access to my phone since 2016. And I am the owner. And yes, I'm the owner and I pay for my phone. So she was able to hack the iCloud, clone the phone, and have access since 2016.
So we're talking about 9 years. For
Yes.
9 years, your mother
Yes.
has been prying into your life. So when you go back now and you look at everything that has happened, and then you look at the timeline, which is why I'm glad we're taking this time to do this, really extensive breakdown of everything. She was literally in control and able to track your movements to know when to do everything. This is a lot of attention, negative attention.
Mm-hmm.
It's I'm still trying to understand why certain people totally lose sight of love and think that control and manipulation is a proper substitute. This is terrible.
No, it's terrible. And I found that out again, March 24th, going back to the Homeland Security incident. I was able to prove one by one, and I can give you the photos, like the burn photo with me cooking, was not Javon abusing me. There was a picture of like my legs. So on October 2023, we went to a football game and I freaking fell in front of everybody in the parking lot. There was a hole in the parking lot and I fell through the hole, lost my sneaker. The parking lot people had to block it out. It was terrible. I literally sent pictures to my whole family, put it on Instagram. She saved it, cropped out the video audio and submitted that as like, oh, Javon beat her up. Like photos of like when I was at a car accident in back in 2016 and I had to, do physical therapy for my car accident. Pictures of my injuries from my car accident were used and submitted to Homeland Security as so-called abuse photos. And so when I was able to prove everything to Homeland, they're like, look, we're sorry for what you're going through. If we have any more questions, we'll contact you and Javon when you get out of here. They left. Then very next day, Javon gets arrested for the second time. And I'm finding this out while I'm in there. And apparently he's getting arrested on April 5th, 2024 for the September 11th incident where they didn't arrest him.
Oh my God. So, oh wow. Okay. So we just recycling and rebooting and remixing and this is a lot. This is a lot.
So he gets arrested and I give my mother-in-law the agent's number from Homeland and I go call her because she saw that it was BS. And she tells her, it must be that she's taking it to different agencies because I'm sorry for what your son is going through. This is terrible. So like nobody understands how he's being arrested on April 5th for an incident where he didn't get arrested on the day of. You know what I'm saying? And so at that point, he makes bail the next day, April 6th. On April 5th, I get served with a petition for guardianship, my mother claiming that I'm incapacitated and that I have to go to a hearing to not lose my rights because she's claiming I'm incapacitated, I'm a drug addict, and she lists Liz Frahella, my old boss from my company, as a witness to my drug addiction.
Oh wow, okay. And this is it's insane. I wish there was. I've been trying my hardest not to say anything to accuse you, but this is insane. There's no other way to describe it. This is absolutely insane. And of course I believe you.
She finds out that Homeland doesn't go anywhere. He makes bail on the 6th. And then Dr. Bobar finds out about my interview with Homeland Security. He comes in. Now he comes in. Dr. Despina calls him and says, this is bad. This girl was able to dispute all the evidence. She puts him on the phone with me and he's apologizing to me. I'm so sorry I did to you. Please forgive me. I have to finesse, right? Because I'm still in there. It's okay. It's okay. No, it's not okay. But he's admitting to me on the phone that he messed up and essentially in an indirect way saying that he got bought by my mother. But again, that was on the phone. I don't have the phone call, but I'm going to put that out there. That did happen.
Well, just for your sake and our sake, we'll say allegedly.
Allegedly, yes.
That's what happened. But considering that this woman is giving her own eyewitness account and she was of sound mind and being, I think we can all believe what you're saying here.
Exactly. And so he says, don't worry, I'm going to get the guardianship thrown out. And I said, well, how can you do that? He goes, I know the people on the board, don't worry. So I'm like, okay. But at this point, my attorney were prepared because my Marchman Act hearing was Tuesday, April 9th. So next thing you know, the next day, April 6th, she voluntarily dismisses the Marchman Act. My hearing gets canceled. And then I'm told that the guardianship is going to get transferred to Miami-Dade. I'm not released. I go, so if it got dismissed, why can I not leave? It's Saturday. No, you have to wait till Monday. So now I have to stay another 2 days. On Monday, I get released, which is April 8th, 2024, because she voluntarily dismisses the Marchman because she knew She was gonna make a fool out of herself. And let the record reflect, the attorney hired to do that was Alan Levine from Broward. And he had all the evidence that I didn't qualify and still pursued this Marchman Act. I get released, and as I'm getting released, Javon is getting arrested for the third time.
Yeah, I was just nobody said so.
I'm gonna detain you for now, all right?
All right.
Just for now.
No. What I was saying was nobody's at this house. Oh, Puffer, yeah.
And this is 3 arrests in less than 1 year. Like people. No, I mean, I really want to. This is hit you over and over again. So now he's arrested for the 3rd time. His dear mother, oh, God bless her soul.
I'm on the phone with her in an Uber. By the way, being followed by a private investigator, like I see him following me. I'm on the phone with her and she's like, hold on, your brother-in-law's calling me. And she's merging him and she's like, Javon is getting arrested. And she's like, what? He just made bail on Saturday for what? And, you know, to summarize it, long and behold, what happened was the private investigators, specifically one who was unlicensed, Raymond Gonzalez, who was in there with Justin Gonzalez, Jeffrey Brown, Stephen Victor, all these people who participated. We were staying in the house across the street, specifically Raymond Gonzalez. He was unlicensed. Pulls up to the scene when police arrive. They arrest Javon. They say they don't know why. They're like, we're going to handcuff you. We need to figure out why we're arresting you. We just got a call from a sergeant saying that we needed to come and arrest you. This is all on body cam. Raymond Gonzalez pops up with the stay away order, because a judge automatically grants a stay away order in a DV case if the victim is not there to say, I don't want it. I wasn't there. That's her plan worked. I was in life skills. So the judge issued the stay away order. And the stay away order says he can only come back to the home where we live if he's escorted with a police officer. Usually, stay away orders, when they're reported as violated, it comes from the real victim because she doesn't want the perpetrator to be near her. You know what I mean? In my case, I was in Deerfield Beach, which is 2 hours from where Javon was, our house. And Javon was coming to feed our cat and pick up his clothes. He didn't understand. He missed the part where it said he had to call police to come feed our cat. So what does my mother do? She has Raymond Gonzalez provide the officers with the stay away order so that they have a legitimate reason to make an arrest. And body cam footage shows the officers basically saying, yeah, man, her mother is the CEO of this big music company.
Bro, listen, I don't know what you got going on with this girl, but she's trouble, bro. She's putting you through all this.
Give me 1 second.
Thank you. With Ms. Demoree?
Demoree?
Yeah, you guys just dating?
Yeah, just dating.
For what, like 13 years?
Yeah, for
No kids, right? Just dating.
Yeah,
And live together. You ain't married?
Nah, just trying to get my business right.
Look, guys, be careful with this girl, man. Or the situation. Be careful with the situation.
She put in a call with the higher ups to get this done. You should leave this girl. This is crazy. We're sorry, man.
Oh, wow.
Yep. So Javon gets arrested the 3rd time. He's taken to jail. And then to just give you a summary of what happened, Javon spent 40 days incarcerated.
Wow.
Both in a jail and then house arrest with the GPS tracker, unable to work all those days. And this was all for September 11th, 2023, and the violation. So nothing happened. So he had 3 stuff put on his record. A DV chart. This is all misdemeanors too. Misdemeanor DV, misdemeanor assault, misdemeanor battery. 3. And so we go through the whole court process, right? We can't talk to each other. I'm free. At this same time, I had to file criminal stalking reports against Raymond Gonzalez. All these unlicensed PIs who continued to follow me and watch me from across the street. Very creepy. Like, I was scared. I was sleeping alone in this house couldn't talk to Javon, couldn't talk to my mother-in-law because of the stay away order. You know, I had to testify in the state attorney's office on April 26th when I witnessed Laura Gatz, an attorney hired by my mother to represent Milaides and Olga Sayas, the supposed witnesses from the September 11th attack, showed up at the same time. If anybody knows when a witness is going to go testify at the state attorney's office, that's confidential information. The state doesn't release that to anybody for their safety. This lady knew the time that I was there. I was supposed to be there. She checks in. What she doesn't know is I was behind the door, and there's like a little window, and she tells the receptionist, did Demoree Lopez Perez arrive? And then she's like, the receptionist like, are you her attorney? She goes, yes, I'm her attorney, Laura Gatz. I just wanted to verify if she's here yet. She's scheduled to meet with the prosecutor at 9 a.m. She's like, oh yeah, she's there. Do you want to go sit with your client? She's like, no, it's okay. I'll wait here. And I'm like, what? I'm like, huh? So at that point, the prosecutor, Josephine Farrow, comes down. I tell her, listen, she's not supposed to be here. This is witness intimidation. She's lying, They talk to her. They tell her she's not supposed to be here. They tell her basically like, how did you know? And she tries to say that it was a scheduling error, that she didn't know because she had a meeting earlier that day with the prosecutor, but the prosecutor canceled this. She's like, I didn't see it. I didn't know. That's a lie. I was followed to the courthouse. I have proof of that. I saw the guy following me. And then now my mom's, an attorney that my mom hired.
The second attorney your mother hired to represent you without your knowledge, consent. Oh, wow.
On a case that had already been dismissed before. And it wasn't Laura. So Laura Gatz wasn't licensed in the state of Florida. She was working pro vice under an attorney named Jessica Castro Pedraja. Jessica Castro Pedraja was representing the witness Olga Sayas, she spoke Spanish, and Laura Gatz was representing Milaides Garcia. So, and just so you know, in misdemeanor cases, usually witnesses don't get attorneys.
No,
it's not common. So the fact that they got attorneys, why? Because at that point they had changed their stories 3 different times. So just to give you context. So now this Laura Gatz is here pretending to be my lawyer. I hear her. The state attorney's like, you can't be here. How did you know about the appointment? I go up with the state attorney. I give her my testimony. I tell her that none of this is true. I even write a letter just in case, because I don't trust anybody. I write a letter. I'm like, this is my sworn statement too, just in case verbally my words get misconstrued. That's in the court docket, public record. I'll provide that to you. She apologizes to me. She feels so bad for me that she escorts me all the way down to the lobby and has a police officer in the court take me to my car because of Gatz showing up there trying to intimidate me. With me telling her an investigator followed me here, with me telling her I'm being harassed, like this is crazy, drop these charges, this is all a lie, she's influencing you, this and that. So I go home, cool. The very next day, I get served with a lawsuit from Desiree Perez. Yeah.
This kind of reminds me of like a horror film where every time you think the bad guy is down and it's over, they come back up I'm not trying to make this, she's making it hard. This is monster mom.
No, this is the devil's work. This is not mom. This is not a mom. A mom doesn't do this to her own child. It's not. And I have court records to prove this. I have pictures of the process server. Like, I'm alone in this house by myself. You have these men following me, watching me, living across the street. I had to endure this lady. I don't even want to call her names. Laura Gatz. Like, I'm tired. I'm tired of being silenced. I'm tired of these people speaking up for me. You're showing up here when I'm supposed to testify. Who do you think you are? Like, how much are you getting paid to feel so entitled to walk in here and try to intimidate me? Like, the prosecutor had to calm me down because I was over it at that point. I just got out of facility. I'm trying to testify. This woman showing up. And then the next day I'm being served for a lawsuit. And she's serving me a lawsuit. So in 2020, my stepdad and her bought a car for me for Christmas. I already knew. This is how I knew. I said I would not accept, because I already had my own Toyota that I leased for 3 years, had a Corolla, and they knew the lease was over. So I'm like, I won't accept any gift unless it's under my name, because I never want her to try to manipulate with me in the future.
And pull it out. Yeah.
I'm like, nope. if the title and the thing is not under my name, I don't want it. So they had to do it. And it was the best thing that happened to me, because the lawsuit was for a verbal contract that I broke between her and I, that if I tried to sell the car, I wasn't allowed to sell the car. First of all, I was never trying to sell my car. Second of all, Natalie Anderson took the car, allegedly. Natalie Anderson allegedly took the vehicle when I got Baker acted on March 27th, picked up the vehicle at Dania Beach, allegedly. And they had my car for 3 months sitting in my grandfather's house. So how can you sue me and say that I wanted to sell a car that I own when you're in possession of the vehicle?
Makes no sense.
A frivolous lawsuit to emotionally, and then she claimed emotional distress and requested that I pay her $150,000 for emotional distress. When you're a multimillionaire and you're asking your daughter for money on emotional distress, when all you've done my whole entire life has caused me emotional distress.
But that's usually how it works with narcissistic people. It's a constant projection. Whatever they are, they put it on you. They put it on someone else.
She's the abuser, not Javon. She's been the abuser my whole entire life. And so now I have to hire attorneys that I can't afford, right? At the time I couldn't, then I was fine. But at that particular moment, I've already had to hire, this is now 4 attorneys, one for the marksman, one for the guardian, one for Javon's, because Javon had his attorney that, obviously he paid for, but we have joint finances. So it's like, what is this? Like, I'm hiring all these attorneys because you want to file a frivolous lawsuit, which, by the way, she voluntarily dismissed eventually. But it's just doing things to stress me out, to get a reaction, right? To abuse me and abuse the court system. Like, this is repeated abuse of the court systems in these institutions. And so fast forward to May 15th, 2024, the state attorney drops all charges, and the head of human trafficking for the state attorney's office was at court on May 15th and said, "Judge, we investigated the case. There's nothing there." And they dismissed all charges against Javon on May 15th. And May 16th, his GPS collar was removed. We were reunited and we were home. And then
now there's 2 other things that I'm trying to understand, because I understand the involvement of the lawyers from Quinn Emanuel. I'm very familiar at how they operate. But when did TMZ get involved in your case?
So we found out recently that TMZ, when Javon got arrested the second time on April 5th, one of the things that they were trying to say is that so this is what's very similar, and I'm just going to throw it out there for everybody to hear. So jail costs is a theme in our case, just like the Tory Lanez case. They were claiming that these jail costs were proving that Javon was coercing me through his mother. When his mother was talking to him about feeding our pets, and they were trying to allege that there was some type of code for feeding the cat, meant like forcing Demoree to go back home, or like just craziness, Jack, craziness.
Feeding the cat. So kind of like Pizzagate.
Yeah, like Pizzagate, like this conspiracy. Yeah, this pizza, like I'm like our pets have become famous with this case, because I'm like, what is going on? Now you're using our cat's name is Beethoven, like that. Oh, Beethoven really means Demoree or this. There was nothing. The only thing that he communicated to his mother, because I didn't have a car, because they took my car and then they sued me for my car, was, "Mom, let her know to use my vehicle," because his vehicle was at his mom's house. Just his brother came, drove the vehicle to me, so I would have a car to move around. And so the state attorney was like, "No, there's nothing in the jail cause where anybody's forcing anybody," because that's what they were trying to do to keep him in jail and say that he's violating the stay away order, because the stay away orders, you can't have like third-party communications. So they were trying to claim third-party communications. So, which, by the way, the state didn't even know how they got those jail calls. which is the same thing with the Tory case. So that's another thing in itself, is how did you get the jail costs before the state attorney's office? And so to answer your question with TMZ was emailing the state attorney requesting for the jail costs for them to do a story and requesting access to come to court for Javon's hearings. And to, I guess, do a bad story, who else would reach out to TMZ? Because I wasn't reaching out to TMZ to release jail costs, trying to say
listen to me. TMZ, they keep my name in their mouth at all of the wrong times and for all of the wrong things. But this is the thing, I'm a public figure. I've been a recording artist since forever. I've been in the business for over 30 years. It makes sense that they should talk about me, especially when I'm doing things that I'm doing. For them to be interested in Tory Lanez case, these are all industry things. Mm-hmm. You and Javon aren't industry. In any way, regardless of who your mother is, you're not industry. Even the job that she got you, it has absolutely nothing to do with being a public figure in any way, shape, or form. So why would TMZ be interested in two normal citizens who have nothing to do with anything that they talk about and then request to be in the courtroom?
And the producer's name, who identified herself in the email, which I will provide to you, is Jennifer Delgado.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm not surprised.
Yes. So she identifies herself in the email requesting to be present. The state, thank God for me, the prosecutor did not fall for that. But Quinn and Emmanuel was getting involved, and Alex Spiro and the list of these high profile attorneys. I mean, there was over 15 attorneys. Yeah, and Laura Gatz introduced Alex Spiro as, this attorney that works for Roc Nation and high profiles and represents so. This is all on email. We want to request a meeting with your district attorney, Catherine Rundo, on this case because we really think that, he should be charged for this, and the other. And there's, emails of meetings that were supposed to happen but got rescheduled or might have happened between Alex Spiro, the district attorney, and the state, Laura Gatz, and all these high-profile people.
For 3 misdemeanor charges that went nowhere.
The 3 misdemeanor charges that went nowhere, that they were trying to meet with Catherine Rundle and the state attorney's office to press charges. They, Quinn and Emmanuel, Alex Spiro, Laura Gatz, all of them, Barbara Martinez, all of them were trying to have meetings. They even had phone calls to basically influence and intimidate, name drop, Roc Nation this. You should charge him. Yeah. And thank the good old Lord that didn't work, because they didn't charge him. And it was later discovered that human trafficking only got involved because Barbara Martinez worked with the U.S. attorney and made that interview happen. So this is all money, power, politics, corruption, name dropping, brand dropping, Roc Nation this, I represent Megan Pete, I represent this person. And it's all
to separate you from one of the most stable relationships in your life.
Yeah, and that's crazy that you say that. Yeah, besides my grandfather, by the way, he's identical to my grandfather. That's why I think I'm attracted to him. That's a good psychological evaluation, Jag. He's identical to my grandfather. That's why I think I'm so in love with him, because it's the most stable relationship. Wow, that's a really good call. I didn't even notice that until you said it. It's true.
It is. And all of that being said, oh my God, how would you, you know what, there's no nice way of saying this. How are you and Javon doing after all of this?
Now, I love that you asked that question, because This is not something cutesy, perfect. Most people would have been separated, and we even discussed that. And to be honest, I told him, I said, if you want to leave me, I don't blame you, because I don't think I would be with you if your mama put me through this. So if you don't want to be with me, I get it. But I will always defend you, and I will go through the rest of this, you know, fighting for justice process with you, because you deserve that. Wrong is wrong, right is right. You don't have to be my boyfriend for that. I'm going to do that for anybody. If this was being done to my best friend or my neighbor, I'm going to speak the truth, and I'm not going to fall for all
Yeah,
the
but
BS.
he's one of your best, oldest,
My
dearest friends.
It was easy. And so it was hard. It was hard because, you know, we have PTSD from this. We try to lay low. We don't want to go out in the public. We're coming after some high profile individuals. We're scared for our safety. We're scared because people are being shadow banned. Blogs are being threatened. Copyright infringement reports are being reported when there is no copyright. I own the picture. People are being silenced from talking about this. DJ Academics, The Shade Room, TMZ. People are being bought. People are scared. And it's like, this is a free world. This is freedom of speech. Let's stop censoring people. Let's stop bullying people like Poor Milagro. If she doesn't like Megan Pete and doesn't believe that Megan is telling the truth, she's entitled to that. Who are you to control the narrative? Who are you to silence her? Who are you to sue her or sue another blogger or intimidate academics or intimidate?
Can I be honest with you? Regarding that, I got a little tea for you on what that's all about, really.
Yeah. So again, like, who are you? Like, just because you're the CEO of Roc Nation, just because you know high profile people, you have a partnership with the NFL, just because you represent these artists, doesn't mean that you can use attorneys and law firms and unlicensed and licensed private investigators. Tony Busby was on point with the unlicensed PIs, because it happened in my case. It happened in Tori's case. It's happening in everybody's case, right? It's a pattern of abuse. It's happening in everybody's case. So let's cut it out. Let's stop abusing the legal system, and let's really see that this is a problem. This is not okay. You cannot be abusing people, bullying people. And if she did this to me, I am not surprised that this is happening to everybody else. And people who say this is a conspiracy theory, or people who want to, you know, question this. No, it's real. It happened to me. I have evidence. It's happening to people as we speak. There's people who are innocent sitting in jail that should not be sitting in jail. And in the United States of America, we are all entitled for a fair, equal trial. Innocent until guilty. Due process. So I'm going to say it here because I want to say it here. It doesn't matter if a crime was committed or not. You have to be able to prove that a crime was committed, and you have to investigate in an ethical, proper, legitimate way. In Javon's case, there was no proper investigation. There was no legitimate way. Influence, power, money, phone calls, emails, intimidation tactics, all of that was used to try to prosecute somebody who did not have a probable cause to be arrested. That happened in Javon's case. That happened in Tori's case. And I wasn't there, so I can't tell you if somebody was shot or not. I wasn't there. But what I can tell you is, just from researching, just from reading, there was no fair trial. There was no forensics that was presented. There was no due process. There was influence happening and intimidation, just like in Javon's case. And just because of that alone, that case needs to be reinvestigated, and he deserves a fair trial just like anybody else. I'm not here to say something didn't happen or not, because I'm not going to do that, right? I wasn't there. But I do know he's entitled to a fair trial, and we need to stop judging. We need to stop thinking that we know people. If you weren't there, you don't know if somebody was shot or not. But what we do know as a whole, as a country, we're seeing it. We're seeing there's a 0.01 match on a gun. We're seeing forensic evidence. and we're not opening
conflicting evidence, conflicting witnesses,
conflicting everything, conflicting political pressure, the same pattern as Javon's case. And I thank God that Javon is not sitting in jail, right? But again, this man didn't, to me, there wasn't a fair trial. And that's why I wanted to wait for in this platform to speak that out. I wasn't contacted by anybody. I wasn't paid by anybody to say that. I don't know, Tori. I don't know anybody. I'm, meeting you for this interview. You didn't tell me anything about this. This is just me as an outsider looking in. You know what I mean? I can love an artist, but I don't know that artist. And all I can say is, I don't know either party. I don't know Megan personally. I don't know.
But you know and understand the law, and you know and understand how damaging law corruption can be in real people's life, especially when you're taking a bunch of fake news and a bunch of AI crap and putting it all together and pushing it off. See, I keep telling people this all the time, and I've suffered from it myself. Fake news hurts real people. This is your real life.
Yeah, and it's like, listen, and for the people out there who think it's a conspiracy theory, the patterns, all you have to do is put my husband's case and this man's case side by side. And it's the same attorneys involved, Alex Spiro, Quinn and Emmanuel, all these high profile people. And I am not saying this is allegedly. I'm just telling you there's patterns in how the investigations were conducted. And I think that needs to be looked into. And I think that he deserves a fair trial, just like everybody else. I'm not saying he's guilty, and I am not saying he's innocent, and I am not saying anybody's lying, because I wasn't there. I'm just saying, from what I'm seeing as an outside viewer, as an American citizen who has the right to do that, there's a little bit of an inconsistency. There's a little bit of a pattern with how it happened to Javon's. And I wanted to use my platform. I was lucky that my husband had an amazing attorney, Naeem Hassan. I want to give him credit where credit is due. He believed us. He fought for us. He did what he did. I don't think and I don't want to call him Tory Lanez, because that, I feel like,
well, his name is you call him Mr. Peterson. Yeah.
Mr. Peterson, right? I'm going to give him respect is due as a man, because people like to, he's a rapper, he's black. That don't matter. Mr. Peterson, he's a human being, a young man, right? Mr. Peterson, I don't know that he had a Naeem Hassan attorney to represent him in court. I don't know that. Obviously he didn't, because I'm not a lawyer, and I know where the hell, why was all this evidence not presented, And so I think we were lucky enough that my husband had an amazing attorney, and that we had an investigative team that knew what to look for, right? And that's how we were able to cover the TMZ girl and these powerful attorneys. To do your question, how we noticed we were being surveilled. And I just really quickly want to go back, because I skipped this, and you can add that if you want to. That's on the lawsuit, on the amended complaint, so people don't say, oh, she skipped it, she made it up. No. After Javon's, almost like she called 911 on Javon on September 11th, September 14th, I received a call. I was with my grandmother. My mother told me that my uncle was being rushed to the hospital because he was going to die. My uncle has muscular dystrophy. So as you know, with people with muscular dystrophy, they have episodes. So I'm rushing full speed to get to my mother's house, because I'm thinking I have to take my uncle to the hospital. And it's a lie. All my siblings are there. My mother is there. And they're like, we need to talk to you because we know you're being abused by Javon. And I'm like, what? You lied to me and told me like I could have died. What is going on? And so I wanted to leave. I'm like, I'm getting out of here. I see a lady who's dressed in scrubs. I'm like, you brought a therapist? Like, no, I'm leaving. She closes this electrical gate, doesn't let me physically leave. She's hitting me from jumping the gate. She whispers in my ear, if you stay with that NIGGR, I will have you committed. I'm like, you can't have me committed with that. I had to call Pinecrest Police. I will give you the 911 call. And the police were, I had to call Pinecrest Police and say, they're holding me against my will. I want to leave. Pinecrest Police separated us. They interviewed me. They assessed me. They saw that I wasn't suicidal and what she was saying was a lie. They said, you cannot hold her against her will because you think her boyfriend is abusing her. She writes that the therapist, Victoria Hunter, was there. We ran her, my investigative team. Victoria Hunter is not a therapist. She's just a citizen, lying to police again. I had to take an Uber, went to my mother-in-law's house, and then that's when we moved out in October. So I skipped that part, and I want you to know that because that's 3 attempts to have me institutionalized in an
one
illegal
way or another.
Yeah.
What are you guys hoping to achieve with your suit, with your case?
So to be 100% honest with you, and I told you this off record, my husband never wanted to sue Desiree Perez or anybody. He still gave her that grace as my mother. The only reason we were basically forced to have to do this because the harassment does not stop. So when we, hired our attorney, Hilton Napoleon, who's an amazing attorney, salute to Hilton Napoleon, salute to Naeem Hassan, who was Javon's lawyer, salute to them, salute to our investigative team who want to remain private for their safety, obviously. Hilton Napoleon and Javon, we're trying to give her grace. We're in contact with Barbara Martinez and her team, trying to, let's mediate this, let's talk because this is your daughter, this and that. I said, listen, I know my mother, it's not going to work. The day before we had a meeting to just have a conversation, all of us with our attorneys, she cancels the meeting and serves my husband with a lawsuit, suing him for $5 million for emotional distress and alleged wiretapping, saying that he coerced me to give him access to the cameras in my grandfather's house. And she puts Olga Sayas as a witness, Milagros Garcia as a witness, and the third witness is a Roc Nation employee who is working illegally under the table, getting paid cash, cleaning, part of the cleaning crew at Roc Nation. Their whole cleaning crew is undocumented, getting paid cash under the table illegally because she gets to pay them low wages. She happens to be my cousin who came from Cuba and got that job and moved to New York because I helped her leave from a domestic violence situation with her husband.
Which is insane because this was literally your line of work. You went to college so that you could be there and stand in the gap for people and help people transition to a healthier.
You wouldn't believe it. It's just crazy. And so I got convinced my mom I'm like, Mom, let her live with my cousin up there. She'll split rent, give her a job. My mom gives her the job, this and that. She's working there. And next thing you know, she's a witness on a lawsuit against my husband. She doesn't speak English, has never spoken to my husband, has never lived. By the way, she's never lived in the house with us ever. She lives in New York. We have her background. We can give you that. And the sad part is in the lawsuit against Javon, the dates that they're putting that she witnessed stuff, we have proof I did a change of address in the immigration court in New York, in Miami for New York. So I have her alien document papers to prove she's registered and lives in New York, and she's not even legal, and she's falsifying affidavits and listed as a witness on this lawsuit. And my mother is allowing this, not caring because she just needs fake witnesses, risking her from getting deported because we're in the worst time for that. And she's listed on the lawsuit. So they're suing him for $5 million. So at that point, Javon was like, okay, you're right. She's not going to stop. And I was like, exactly. And so then I filed my lawsuit against everybody involved that you guys all see. That's public record. That's an amended complaint. And now my poor husband is fighting back these frivolous lawsuits from her. And my hope and my goal for this is for the harassment to stop, for justice to be served, for the judge in federal court to see this is a pattern of abuse. This is a pattern of high paid individuals and Roc Nation and all these attorneys conspiring and working together to abuse the system. And it needs to be stopped and people need to be held accountable. And we just want to live a normal life and for the harassment to stop. That's the goal.
I understand how you feel. I do. But I also understand and admire your willingness to fight for your life. This is your life. Nobody, it doesn't matter if they're your parent or not, they do not have the right to dictate your journey. They do not have that right. Parents, we can help, we can encourage, we can give advice. But when it gets to the point where we start using government corruption allegedly paying people off to corral you into forcing you to do. No, that's not parenting. That's terrorism. And you and your husband have been terrorized.
And what she doesn't realize is she's really hurting me more than him. And it's sad because
I don't know if it says she doesn't realize. What I've come to learn about people who suffer from these things is they don't have the capacity to care.
And they don't care. She's more worried about her image and her position than me. She's more worried about her image and position than human beings.
Like the simple fact that you could tell me that she's wasted on one of these lawsuits up to $2 million putting all of this stuff together.
It's public record. She puts that in the lawsuit against Javon. Yeah. She spent over $2 million orchestrating all of this. And then the fact that people are just going along with it. They're going along with it because it's her and it's her word versus mine. And, I'm this person. I'm the CEO of Roc Nation. Why would you believe this girl? And, she's crazy and she's this.
We shouldn't even know you.
Yeah, you shouldn't know me.
That's the thing. We shouldn't even know you to judge anything about this. You're a private citizen, hardworking, good folk, have your own business, don't want any trouble. You weren't looking for the limelight. You've turned it down, the both of you, at every turn.
Yeah, we did.
We shouldn't even know you, Demoree. But
no, and I've lived a private life up until this. I want the people to know I've been forced to do this because I'm literally being bullied and cornered. And I've tried everything. And my husband has tried everything to avoid coming out to the media, to avoid doing this. But this is how a bully and a narcissist will respond when all she cares about is the image and the position. So that's how I can get a reaction of her. So much so she continues to serve Rule 11 sanction letters, threatening emails to my attorney, and it's just like, we're not scared. We know the law. We're following the law. We're defending ourselves legally. It might be something that you can't comprehend because you and your team don't know how to do that, but we are sticking by the law. We're trusting God. You people are not more powerful than God. I don't care how much money you make. I don't care who you represent. There is one God. He's the one who controls all of this. And I'm starting to believe that I think this had to happen to Javon and I so that we can help other people. I'm really starting to believe that all of this may have had to happen in a weird way. And it sucks that this had to be the purpose, but maybe this is really the deeper purpose. And now I'm starting to realize that.
There's something that I say on my platform when I'm talking to my community. We call them family around here now. Steer into the crash. Choose to be a miracle. Because see, it's in moments like this, like David and Goliath, Noah in the ark, like really, really, really incredible, impossible things have the ability to happen when you just let God take over and use you to be a miracle. And I'm telling you right now, if you guys don't write a love story about everything and the perseverance of love and rebuilding, I don't know what you're thinking about, but people in your generation, they need to hear your story. They need to know, because what I also hear is that your mother kept challenging love and love kept standing up to her and winning.
Yeah, I agree. And I also want to take the opportunity, Jack, because you've been so generous with your time and giving me the platform and being an advocate for justice, right? My grandfather. So as recently as 2 days ago, guys, she blocked me from calling my grandfather's phone. She changed his number and she told the people taking care of him that if she found out that I was in communication with him, she would fire them. So now I'm forced to have to hire a family attorney to try to see if I can get some type of visitation rights or some type of rights to talk to my grandfather. Oh my goodness. Sorry. And I just if there's anything I can ask her and her team that might be watching right now, and I'm not crying because you broke me, and I'm not holding back my tears because you broke me. I'm emotional right now asking you this because please, you're hurting my grandfather by doing this. Continue to hurt me and attack me. Continue to hurt my husband if you want to. He'll take the heat as he has, he says. Please don't hurt my abuelo. Please stop hurting my grandfather. He's asking to see me. He's telling the people that he wants to talk to me. Please just let me talk to him. Please don't do that to me. Don't do that to him, really, because it's a disservice to him and it's going to break him. This is the man that raised me my whole entire life. I'm not crying because of you. No, I'm crying because of him, because I can feel how much he's hurting. I can feel it when people are telling me he wants to talk to you. So don't do that. Don't use him into this. Hurt everybody else, but don't hurt him. And that's what I wanted to take the opportunity to say here.
Well, me and you, we also talked about this, and your grandfather is at a very delicate stage in his older life. And I told you I went through the same with my dad. And I'm telling you right now, the people that they love, that they remember, are so important and so key. And just you talking about how even when he first started, going down this path in his life, the way you and Javon were active with him and how good it is with him, whether they know it or not, you are forcing him to regress and convalesce 3 times faster than he normally would. This has to end. And I'm telling you, me and my people, we're behind you. Now that we've gotten this done, once we finish with all of the evidence and we make the full presentation, I'm going to be sending this to the FBI and my contacts there. And I'm going to be asking America's Future to support you and Javon publicly. We got to get behind you, because this should not be happening to you. There's no excuse for it. And that's what makes what you're doing so amazing. Because both of you could have folded at any time. But when you see real strong, God-fearing people, you get behind it. And we're behind you all the way. We're going to make sure that people in the government are looking at this story, because it's egregious. It's disgusting. And you're good people. And the part that bothers me most when it comes to your mom in this regard is with her background and everything that her life, everything that took her out of your life when you were younger, all of these things, she should know the value and the harm and what these situations can do to a person's life. And for her to just over and over again abuse the system, all of this just because she wants to control who you love. It's too much.
Yeah.
It's too much.
He tried to Britney Spears me, because when you do that, it's taking away rights. And to put on the record for people who might be going through something and think it's related, the investigative company that also was involved in surveilling us and all that stuff was CTS Research Inc. in New York City, but they have offices here in Florida. PHLNAX, I said that in the beginning. And then the officers from Broward Sheriff's Office that I'm suing that were there during the abduction and the illegal Baker Act was Officer Jordan Dennis and Officer Joseph Reyes. And I just wanted to make sure I get everybody's name out there so that whoever is watching this can look into it, whoever might be in, government, to really pay attention to this case and hold everybody accountable that was involved and participated in this.
This is going to make it to the right ears. I promise you that. I won't stop until it does.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate your support and the platform. And I know this was long, but it's like Hilton says in the beginning of the complaint, You won't believe it until you see it. Like, it's just a timeline of chaos and craziness. And the good news in our case is we have the proof. We have the evidence to show that we're not crazy and this really happened. And then all we needed was you. We literally needed a person like you to put it out there and give us the platform. So that's why Javon and I are internally grateful to you, because I mean, nobody has had the pants to give me this platform and ask thought-provoking questions and really get to the nitty-gritty. So I'm appreciative to you and your team for that.
And we appreciate you for trusting us enough with your story to know that we're going to do the right thing with it, because there's a lot of people out here that are just here for clicks and views, and they want to say this and they want to do that. I promise you this, there's no amount of money that anyone could offer me not to move forward with this. And there is nothing that they can threaten or they can pressure me with that would stop me from moving forward. We are going to see your story through to the end, to the very happy ending. You have us.
And I appreciate it. And I want to let the public know, they did file a gag order. This is public record. I could talk about that, trying to gag me. I have to wait for the judge to rule. If that is granted, if you don't hear from me publicly, that is why. It's not because I've been scared. It's not because I'm not going to go through, because I know a lot of people want me to go through, and I am. And because, they have their things that they're hoping, will come through with my case. And so I'm not scared. I haven't been silenced. If you don't hear from me, it's because I was gagged, and you can look it up. The case is public record, so you can follow there. And then I'm sure JAG is going to continue to keep if I'm gagged, right? Yes. So, and I want to let them know that so they don't think I got scared and quieted down.
Yeah, because that's what they would want you to think. That's what they do. They put a gag order on you. They silence you. They put a conservatorship on you. And then while you legally can't say anything, they're there saying everything. They over and over and over again. But you know what? I think that man at the hospital was right. This is your David and Goliath story, you and Javon. And I think it's gonna turn out just fine.
Yeah, it's crazy. I have faith, because I think that's one of the things you asked me, like, do you think you're gonna get justice? Yeah, I do. And it's not because I think we're better than anybody. I just think because our team is small and mighty, but when people are small and mighty, they're hungrier. And when you have a team that are full of minorities and they're really advocates of justice and they really hate injustice, it makes them work harder and love to work harder. And we've been blessed with a team that hates injustice and that they're going to fight this to the end. And I think that it's not that we're lucky or fortunate. No, I think we're going to win and we're going to get justice because I think it was written this way so that we can help others who haven't.
Yeah. But that's who you are. Yeah. That's just who you are. The woman that your grandfather raised you to be, that's who you are. And regardless if you speak to him right now or not, he's there.
Yeah, no, I know.
Rooting you on. I know it. So, We've been through a lot.
Was it good? I gave you everything.
Great. It was great. And it was honest, but more than anything, it's you. And when I saw what they were doing to your story, that's why I had to come forward on my platform and say something.
And I don't think you knew all these details, right?
I had no idea of how deep this thing got. But do you want to know what's wild? I prayed to God about it. And then the next thing I know, I heard from you. So I already know everything's going to turn out fine. Because when I pray, I know God listens. And the next time we have a little prayer effort here on the channel, I'm going to make sure that all of us here say a special prayer for you and Javon and for Hilton and for your investigative team and everyone that's working for you, that not just for your success, but for you to be able to have whatever peace you can in the midst of all of this turmoil. Because from someone who has complex PTSD, I know what this does in the quiet hours.
It's hard. It's very hard. It's scary. It's questioning. It's thinking, looking right and left. It's hearing a siren and my heart dropping because I'm thinking,
honey.
Like it's real. It's real, and yeah, it's real.
Well, because it makes you not trust the people that they say you're supposed to trust.
I already had trust issues, Jag. This made it worse. This made it really bad.
I know, but you know what? You're going to make it through the other side of this. And I got some people to introduce you to. Because a Spitfire like you deserves a kick-ass crew behind you, swinging right along with you every step of the way. You're not fighting this fight alone, not publicly anymore. And I hope you understand and know that. We mean that, and that's real. I told you, I'm compelled to do this.
I know. No, I'm grateful to you. I can't say that enough. I'm grateful to you.
Well, you send my love to Javon and to his mom, and all your family, and please let them know I'm sorry for what this has done to them as well.
No, and just so the people know, he can't be on here or speak because he was sued. So there's a statute and a rule. So for the people trying to say like, no. He just can't, because then, we don't need another lawsuit against him. So that's why he can't publicly speak. I can, because I'm not being sued again at this point. So,
and we're going to keep talking.
Yeah. So that's why, because I know your audience is going to comment. Somebody's going to say something. So I want to clear the air there, because he loves Jag and he would have loved to have been on here, but we don't need to give people more ammo.
Well, hopefully at the end of this, we can all get together in person.
Yes, we would love that, because he's a huge fan of yours. And his mother, my mother-in-law, watches all your stuff. She loves you. So
well,
yeah,
salute to the Hadley family, and we're gonna make it. We're gonna figure this out, but we're here, and we're gonna stay here. We're gonna walk this through all the way to the end and to your ultimate victory. We're not letting go of this thing. This is too important, and you guys are too important. And you tell him I'm a big fan of him, because like you, I've been through very similar things. And when you have somebody that will stand by you no matter what, it's not something that happens every day. It's I'm a fan of a great man who loves his family and stands up for what he believes in. So what I love most about him is that he is the absolute opposite of what they try to project on young Black men. And which is why I got angry when I started seeing the videos, and I said, I gotta get in this conversation. I am not gonna let them do this, because they are literally trying to take every stereotype that they push on the media and make this young man. And I sat there and I watched that video and I said, nope, this ain't right. This ain't right at all. And then I saw little clips from you, but I'm like, I know there's so much more to this story than they're saying. And then a couple of people got their hands on the lawsuit. And then the next thing you know, nobody's talking about it anymore.
Yeah, just like that, within 24 hours.
Well, less than 72 hours, we here. We on deck.
We're here and ready. I know.
So are there any just final words that you would like to share, or are you good?
I'm good. You probably got the most authentic interview out of me ever. You might have gotten a therapy session out of me in this interview.
Well, how about we call it a support group, from one gaslit person to another? everybody, my name is Jaguar Wright, but most of you know that. And welcome to the Jaguar Wright Show. But more importantly, welcome to a really, really, really important conversation with a very amazing young woman that I'm enjoying getting to know. And even in the controversy of everything that's happening and going on regarding the case and regarding what's happening to her very real life and marriage, we wanted to take the time to make sure that everybody had all of the facts. There's been a lot of things that have been misled, misconstrued. And I decided, why not just open up the platform so you guys can hear it from Demoree herself, because that's the most important thing. So often in these times, our voices are cut off, we're silenced, false voices are speaking louder than real ones. And everybody knows we stick to the real around here. So, hey, Demoree, welcome. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing well considering everything that has happened. Thank you for having me here today.
Well, thank you for reaching out. I consider it a big honor. Ever since I won Defender of Freedom, it's not just something that was given to me that I cherish. It's something that I want to use to do, God's work and really help people. So I want to thank you because you're going to be like the first interview that I'm doing since then. So this is a big deal. And there's so many people on the platform that I already know are going to jump behind your story and support it. So let's just get started with a little background on you, if that's okay.
Of course.
My first question for you, can you tell us a bit about your upbringing, your relationship with your mother, who happens to be the CEO of Roc Nation, Desiree Perez? How was your relationship with her before then and now?
Yeah. So I was born in New York as a little baby, 9 months. My grandfather had to take over to raise me because my mother was incarcerated and dealing with the criminal justice system for the crimes that she committed in the early 90s. Moved to Miami, Florida with my grandfather, who raised me with his partner, his long-term partner, in Miami, Florida. Went to school in private and public school. Only spoke Spanish, learned how to speak English at like 7 years old as an American. Yeah, because he only spoke Spanish. So I had to learn in the school system and all that. Raised very humble, right? In humble beginnings with my grandfather. And my mom would, visit when she can, but at the time she was incarcerated and dealing with all that stuff. And then at the same time, I think it wasn't until the age of 13 or 14 that I actually lived in the same home as her, when she was able to kind of get a home, get out, have, some type of stability. And even then she would travel back and forth. So my foundation and really where I was raised is my grandfather, and I'm grateful to him.
You sound like you have a really wonderful relationship with him, and I want to get into that a little bit more later. But also, how long has the relationship with your mom been strained at this point?
I haven't seen my mom since December 25th, 2023. That's the last time that I saw her physically. The last time I spoke to her was December 30th, 2023, when she said that I was dead to her. So that was the last time that I spoke to her.
She said you were dead to her?
Yes.
Well, why?
That was due to my husband Javon's first arrest that happened on December 30th, 2023. My mother and I, our relationship has always been strained in the sense that since I was raised by my grandfather and his long-term partner, who she disliked for different reasons that I don't need to address here.
Family business.
Right, family business, right? I don't want to drag other people's business on here to respect my grandfather's history. But, she had tension with my grandfather's partner who raised me, who I actually called mommy in Spanish. So as you can imagine, that rubbed her the wrong way. But again, this is somebody that at 9 months, right, was feeding me, taking care of me, taking me to school with my grandfather.
First steps, first
Exactly.
losing of the teeth. Yeah.
So I developed that bond and that love for her, and obviously for my grandfather. And so at 13, you know, being forced to, okay, now I have my life together, come move with me. That's when the strain really started as a child, and the trauma, because all I knew was my grandfather, which I call abuelo, and that's all I wanted to do is be with him. So that's kind of where the strain with her and I started, right? Because she forced me to move with her when she got her life together, and with my siblings, obviously. And then it was just, that was the real beginning, but then it was just like.
So there was tension, but there wasn't like escalation, just tension.
It was just tension, debates, arguments. I'm very different than my siblings in the sense that.
How many siblings do you have?
Yes. So we're 5 from her. We all have different, we're 5. We all have different fathers. I have a 6th sister who's my stepfather's daughter. So we're 6 in total, because I don't count her as like not my sister.
Yes.
So I would say we're 6 in total. And I would say I'm different in the sense, since I was raised by my grandfather, and he's a very independent, free thinker, doesn't conform, can't be controlled type of personality. That was the problem, because going from that for 13 years to then being under the same roof as somebody who's a Virgo, who's a narcissist, who feeds off control, as you can imagine, as a teenage young lady in high school, dealing with the trauma of my childhood, now coming into this environment, the personality differences, the rebuttals and things like that. So there was tension, there was arguments, there was problems, but it wasn't at the level that it is right now.
And just to be clear, I know you said that your siblings, you all have different paternal links, but were you ever involved with your paternal father and his family in any way?
No. So unfortunately, I call him my sperm donor, because in all reality, my grandfather raised me, and then my stepdad, who I have, my maiden name is Perez because of him, stepped in that sense. So I never really had a relationship with him. He unfortunately has a history of selling drugs, being involved with the cartel in Puerto Rico, was in and out of prison since the age of 8 from Puerto Rico. And as you can imagine, when he got with my mother, that wasn't a good mix, right? 2 people on the streets from New York, getting involved in wrong things. They weren't in the position mentally, emotionally to raise a child, which is me.
Yeah.
So I'm grateful that my grandfather stepped in, because my biological father was very much involved in the whole cartel business and all that, and is currently serving a life sentence as we speak. So I do not have a relationship with him. He attempted when I was a young child, but then just disappeared. And sometimes would try to touch base here and there. Yeah. But not the effort that you would expect from a grown man. So I just left it at that, since I didn't really feel I didn't have the emptiness that most people feel.
Well, God gave you what you needed.
Yeah, my grandfather really, he stepped up to the plate. So that's the history with my biological dad. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, outside of your maternal family, and now your in-laws, it's been a very quarantined family environment for you for most of your life.
Yeah, I grew up with a lot of trauma, because my biological dad, my parents went through the, she's my daughter. No, she's my daughter. And, this is public record. He tried to file for custody and take me away from my grandfather. That was traumatic for me.
So this is just, your whole childhood was wrapped around chaos.
Yes. I grew up in unfortunately, with a lot of minorities, right? Hispanics and the Black community. Unfortunately, that tends to be a repeated cycle, right?
Yeah.
Young parents, having kids too young, growing up in the wrong environment, and it's a repeated cycle. So I went through a lot of trauma growing up. I went through a lot of toxicity, right?
And conflict.
Conflict.
Emotionally, physically, spiritually, conflict.
Conflict, yes.
And one last thing, just for reference, are you the youngest or the oldest?
I'm the youngest girl. The youngest is the boy. I'm the youngest girl.
So you're the baby girl. Okay. So then there was another child that came after you.
Yes.
Okay.
My little brother.
Okay. So, and how's your relationship with your siblings now?
I don't have a relationship, unfortunately, now with my siblings. I think that my mom has poisoned them against me in the sense that I never wanted to involve them in the issues that her and I were going through.
Mm-hmm.
She involved them. And I know when we get to the rest of the interview and we go through timelines, I'll be able to emphasize the part where she involved them.
Right.
But I did my best to try not to involve them because I'm the type of person that if you're my sister, my relationship with you has nothing to do with my relationship with my mother. That should be two different independent things. That's how I think. Unfortunately, that's not how everyone thinks, right? And so in my situation with my siblings, and I love them and I understand. I'm not mad at them about this. Obviously, I miss them. I wish that they could communicate with me. I wish that they could hear my story and understand. And that's part of the reason I wanted to speak up too, because I think they have only been presented one side of the story, which is my mother's. They've only been presented with fake stuff, and they haven't really had the opportunity to really hear my voice. I know that they tried a few months ago, but when I was dealing with the beginning of this case, I was afraid. I didn't know who I could trust, who I could talk to. So I just, I didn't really respond. And I waited for the NB6 news to come out for them to see a little snippet of the Baker Act video, for them to get an idea, okay, that's not right what happened to her. And I thought that they would reach out, but they didn't. And I understand because at the end of the day, that's their mother, right? And, they might not think like I do in the sense that it's two independent relationships.
There's one other thing there that I think we had spoken about when we were just, having our prep conversation. You said most of your siblings work for your mom.
Yes. So that's what I was going to get to. So there's also the compromise, right? Or the conflict of interest. I don't know how to word that.
That's double compounded. Go against mom, lose your job. Go against mom, lose your job. That's a lot.
Go against mom, lose sensibility, security, lose all you ever knew. So I can't blame them. They're all smart, beautiful human beings, but I can't blame them because
they're being held hostage by this situation as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And I can't blame them, right? Because you're dealing with somebody, a narcissist who's controlling the narrative. She's had enough time to control it where they almost believe it. So all I could hope is that they come across this interview, they reach out. I'm at the stage of my life where I prioritize my peace over anything. So I'm not reaching out because it's out there. I have strangers reaching out to me, showing compassion and feeling bad just off of the Baker Act video. I'm not asking you to go against my mother, but hey, sis, I'm sorry that happened to you. I know you're not a drug addict because they know that. Something along those lines, right? Because if a stranger can do it, why couldn't you? So I'm at the point in my life that I prioritize my peace. And if they don't want the relationship, they don't want the conversation, that's fine. If they do, I welcome it with loving arms because at the end of the day, they're my siblings.
You want to know what's interesting, though, about everything that you said? If I were to put myself in their shoes to see what's happening to your life because you disagreed with your mother, that speaks volumes. Because what I've learned is when you have a gaslighting effort and campaign on your life, what people are watching is, hey, I don't want that to happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go through that. I'm going to stay out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, that's something that I'm going to ask everyone on the platform to keep in prayer for you, because you really shouldn't have to lose your life just because you disagree with someone. You shouldn't have to walk away from that. So speaking of family, what do you honestly believe is the root cause for your mother's slander campaign on your husband?
If I had to give a short summary, it would be a mixture of power, control, narcissism, classism, racism. I think that me dating Javon is a symbol of going against all that she believes, all that she thinks, right? All that she taught me in the sense, that's how she sees it.
But can you explain that a little more? Like, what was it about Javon that was so out there? You know what I mean? That she couldn't, you know, just mesh with it. I mean, I'm talking to you and I'm getting to know you. And the one thing that I hear in your voice when you speak about your husband, it's just support, love, care, honor. So what was it about him that would create this kind of reaction?
Yeah. So Javon's a very independent, free thinker. And now in society, that's a threat to others, unfortunately, right? So the minute I met Javon at 14 years old in high school, freshman year, we started dating. So my mother has been around him. We're 30 years old now. She has been around him for that amount of time. She's seen him grow up. She's been around, you know, his family has been around. I think since the very beginning, when we first met, it was, you know, racism in the sense like, why are you dating him? Oh, he grew up where? Because he originally was born in Liberty City, Florida, which is known here as a bad neighborhood in Florida. And his mother uprooted him and moved him to Homestead as a young single mom who lost her husband very young, had to restart her life, raise him, had a phenomenal career, raised her sons from all that trauma, brought him to a good place here in Miami where we live. He went to school, did what he was supposed to do, and she kind of, took him from that environment. But I think that was, it's strange, but I think that displeased my mother in the sense that she didn't like, okay, well, he's from Liberty City, like very judgmental, which is hypocritical, right? Because she's from the Bronx and was selling drugs and was incarcerated, and my father was the head of a Puerto Rican cartel. So it's a little bit, not a little bit, it's very hypocritical, right? Yeah, and it's crazy because Javon has never been involved in that lifestyle. I mean, we went to a very good public school. It's probably #1 here in the state of Miami. He got a D1 scholarship to UConn, great grades, great football player. I went to Boston University. Like, we genuinely grew up as good kids, never sold drugs. He's never been incarcerated, neither have I. So to judge somebody at 14 years old for the neighborhood he came from, or to judge his father or his mother and, be a little bit racist. And I just think it was unfair. And so in the very beginning, it was trying to prove to her, oh, he's worth my time. I want to be with him. He is the good guy. And so it wasn't too crazy for her because she didn't think we were going to last. So at first it was like classism, racism. Okay, whatever. She's not going to last. Then as he started to grow up, as he started to, like us, right? Everybody, we grow up, we start to develop our personality, our traits, we start to learn and grow. He had different experiences. He went to a D1 school where he had situations, right, with, am I going to go to the NFL? Am I not? He started to do research, take these classes in college, learn about himself, the culture, right? The environment that we're in. And then that's when he kind of wanted to veer off what society kind of introduces to us as the correct path. So you go to college, you do your 9 to 5, you work in the corporate world until you're 62, you retire, you have your family and your kids. Javon was very adamant since we were in college that he didn't want to go to the NFL, that he didn't want to be in a position that pulled him away from his family, from his wife, from his normality, right? He was very adamant. And that's really what attracted to me. And that's how I knew, okay, I'm going to marry this man, because I was like, man, anybody else, you know, they get the opportunity to go to the NFL with all the girls, the groupies, the traveling, they're going to jump on board, right? And he was like, I don't want that. I don't care for that. I care about, you know, starting a career, opening my own business, taking care of my family, because he does still have family in Liberty City, raising my kids, being present. I don't want to work for a corporate job that pulls me away from my kids. And I didn't know, you know, I knew about a little bit about that because my grandfather's a business owner, right? My mother and all that.
Yeah.
But I was just taught, you know, this is how you're supposed to operate. And so when Javon presented those ideas, when Javon kind of encouraged me to think outside of the norm, that bugged her, because now it's, oh, you're going to listen to him and not me. I'm the CEO of Roc Nation. I know this person. I know that person. Why wouldn't you want to come work with me? Or why wouldn't he want to work with me? It's all about power, control, and classism. And so when she saw that he wasn't like the typical man or young man that would conform and do that, and that it was impacting me in a positive light, she saw that as something negative. She saw it as, oh man, this guy is, I'm going to lose grip and control for my daughter over this guy. That's how she thought.
Wow. Okay. So
that's I was trying to, you know, I wanted to get to the root.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about the gravity of everything I'm hearing. Because typically the one thing that a mother wants, especially for a daughter, is for her to find the right guy who has the right values, who's going to treat her right and be devoted. And it sounds like that's what you found. It seems like you found the right guy, you know, and he sounds like a really great guy. But more importantly than that, it sounds like your granddad.
Yeah.
Like he sounds like he's the kind of guy that your granddad is like. So, and that happens with women. You know, when we have paramount figures in our life, like my dad, I feel the same way about my dad that you feel about your granddad. And I'm not sure how old your granddad is, but my dad was born in the 30s. And he just sounds like the kind of man that was born somewhere between the 30s and the 50s. That's how those old schoolers were.
1936.
Okay, so he's right behind my dad. My dad was 33. Those times crafted a certain kind of people. And how lucky for you to find a young man that actually possessed those qualities. So for me, once again, you can call all the isms in the world. You're happy, right? You were happy. You have to be happy. 16 years. Do you know how many people can't pull that off at all? And 16 wonderful years. And now all of this. So, okay, well, you know what? Let's just jump right into it. Let's jump into the red flags. Let's talk about the surveillance. Because we really need to start getting to the heart of what's happened to your life. It's been extremely unfair. So at what point did you start feeling like something was seriously wrong or either being orchestrated or manipulated in your relationship with your mom?
Okay. So I think, honestly, I didn't notice until the police showed up on September 11th, 2023. However, Javon noticed since early 2019. He started to tell me, you know, I'm being followed. He was sending me pictures of men following him, videos. He was very adamant about telling me, your mother, I think your mother doesn't like me. She's having me followed. I'm not sure if she's trying to catch me doing something wrong. I'm working a normal life, living a normal life. And at first, you know, as the young girl who, you know, loves her mother, I didn't believe him, right? I thought, oh, this guy's being paranoid. It caused arguments in our relationship because he felt that I didn't trust him. And I just thought there's no way, like, why would she have him followed? Like, there's absolutely no reason, because we were going to family events together. She seemed to have a great relationship with him. So I didn't understand the motive. I didn't understand why that was even possible. And so that caused a little bit of strain. I mean, we almost broke up on multiple times because he's, you know, telling me something, but at the same time, he wants to be careful because he doesn't want to lose me because it's my mother, right? And so that became a difficult situation. I really started probably noticing, I take that back, not on September 11th. At my job.
Which job?
Yeah, so I started working at Iconic Creative Agency with Benny Frahela and Liz Frahela from here, Miami, Florida, in 2020. They're an agency that has contracts with the Nike brand and the Jordan brand. They do events in New York. They do Super Bowl. They do like store activations, like when Nike has a shoe release. This is kind of like what they do as an agency. The backstory, how I got to them. I think this is important for timeline purposes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I went to school in Boston University, went to school for social work. I originally wanted to be a lawyer, did all these internships and work with lawyers. And then I got offered a position to work with survivors of torture in Miami. And I loved it. I was making nothing, but I started off, you know, helping survivors of torture and domestic violence here in Miami, worked for this nonprofit, you know, had clients. I worked with asylum seekers, so women who crossed the border, who were trafficked, who were trying to get asylum here in the United States. So I got to work with them, and different population of women, children, and even men, because there's a huge population of men that also suffer from abuse, torture, and all that kind of stuff. And so the pandemic hit. So the organization shut down. I was left without a job. And I was desperate because, again, I grew up with my grandfather. At this time, I was living with my grandfather in 2017 because I tried to live with my mother after college, but it was like
too much.
Yeah, we were clashing. It was too much. So my grandfather, his Alzheimer's started getting worse. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to move in with my grandfather. I'll be happy there. I'll be able to, you know, get a job, save money, take care of him, and I will be away from the toxicity and the conflict. Right. So I moved in with him in 2017, lost that job due to the, you know, the COVID pandemic. And I was looking everywhere for a job. I mean, I would do like part-time jobs at the daycare, stuff